Chapter 2064. In the next moment, Yi Xian put away everyone's corpses. Of course, there was also the most important Eternal Destiny Stone. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a third-rank Eternal Emperor. Yi Xian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Earlier, he had planned to use his disguise to kill the members of the Shrine of Ice one by one. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The changes here had attracted the attention of those in the Shrine of Ice. Immediately, a bystander reported the matter. In the next moment, the upper echelons of the Shrine of Ice moved out in full force. The one leading them was the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice. 1 6th-rank Eternal Emperor, 5 5th-rank Eternal Emperors, and more than 10 4th-rank Eternal Emperors. This kind of power was already very shocking. Yi Xian stood at the entrance of the Shrine of Ice. Beside his feet were the blood-stained ice crystals that he had shattered. He just watched quietly. As soon as the upper echelons of the Shrine of Ice appeared, they surrounded Yi Xian. "Young Shuo, what are you doing?" shouted an elder of the Shrine of Ice angrily. These ice sculptures were used by the Shrine of Ice to intimidate others. Now that they had been destroyed, wasn't it a slap in the face? Not only that, the one who destroyed the ice sculptures was one of their own. What was going on? Of course, the most important thing was that these Eternal Destiny Stones had all fallen into Yang Shuo's hands. If a 4th-rank Eternal Destiny Stone were to be completely refined, it would be enough for them to break through to the 5th-rank Eternal Emperor realm. To put it simply, these Eternal Destiny Stones were very valuable. "Hall Master, there's no need for these ice sculptures to exist anymore," said Yi Xian. "Why?" asked the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice with a frown. "Because the divine ice stone in your hands will fall into my hands," said Yi Xian slowly. "How dare you!" Before he could finish his words, an elder berated Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian, disguised as Yang Shuo, had been very cautious and conscientious in the Shrine of Ice. So why would he say such words now? But what they didn't know was that this Yang Shuo was actually Yi Xian in disguise. Even Yang Shuo's biological parents couldn't recognize him. "Yang Shuo, you, a mere rank 4 Eternal Emperor, dare to covet the Divine Ice Stone." It was at this moment that the Shrine of Ice's chief spoke. "Treasures have always belonged to the capable. Hall Master, I am more capable than you. If you don't give it to me, then who should you give it to?" Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. "Bastard, why don't you take a look at yourself first? How dare you say such words? I'll let you know the immensity of heaven and earth." One of the elders roared and rushed towards Yi Xian. A rank 5 Eternal Emperor would have been very difficult for Yi Xian in the past. However, now that he was a rank 3 Eternal Emperor, he was not afraid at all. In the blink of an eye, he used Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the elder's Eternal Emperor weapon shattered. Not only that, but his head was also cleaved open, instantly killing him. Of the 5 great rank 5 Eternal Emperors in the Shrine of Ice, only 4 were left. Everyone present was shocked. "Yang Shuo, how dare you? How dare you!" Immediately, an elder shouted angrily. Yang Shuo, the steward of the Shrine of Ice, was a rank 4 Eternal Emperor. Although he was not very strong, he still had some weight in the Shrine of Ice. However, today, he actually killed an elder with his own hands. Before the elder could finish his words, Yi Xian's figure flashed again and appeared behind him. Gotcha! Another crisp sound was heard, and the elder's head was sent flying. Another destiny fell into Yi Xian's hands. Now, there were only 3 great rank 5 Eternal Emperors left in the Shrine of Ice. "You're courting death." The Shrine of Ice was furious. Every rank 5 Eternal Emperor was the foundation of the Shrine of Ice. Now that two of them had died at once, he was afraid that he would not be able to resurrect them with his current strength. No matter what, Yi Xian must die. The Shrine of Ice immediately attacked. However, his realm was only 3 levels higher than Yi Xian's. So what? Deal with the others first. The sword god's doppelganger immediately released Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, and Deathless Swordsman. Mount of the War God. The sword god's doppelganger once again summoned a powerful assistant. As he had completed a random mission previously, the system rewarded him with a gold mount of the war god. However, this time, it was not a gold mount, but a platinum mount. At this moment, what appeared in front of Yi Xian was a fiery red phoenix. This phoenix was called Evil Phoenix. Ice and fire were incompatible. As soon as this evil phoenix appeared, it fought to a draw with the Shrine of Ice's Hall Master. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to block the Shrine of Ice's Hall Master, but now, it seemed that there was no need for that. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately cooperated with the others to deal with the elders of the rank 5 Eternal Emperors and the steward of the rank 4 Eternal Emperor. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. After that, the Shrine of Ice became a commander without an army. Who exactly are you? The Shrine of Ice Master could not help but ask. It was impossible for someone with such strength to work under him for so many years. This Yang Shuo was definitely not the real Yang Shuo. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you the answer. The sword god's doppelganger's lips slightly curled as he revealed his true form. Sure enough, it was not Yang Shuo. However, by the time the Shrine of Ice Master reacted, it was already too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had dealt with everyone. Next, it was time to deal with the Shrine of Ice Master. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian once again flashed behind the Shrine of Ice Master and fiercely slashed with his sword. Clang! This attack was blocked by an Eternal Emperor weapon. It seemed to be no ordinary weapon. Humph, this Eternal Emperor weapon was bestowed to me by my master. How can it be broken so easily? The Shrine of Ice Master coldly snorted. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. Anything that could be done with time was not a problem at all. No matter how hard a tortoise's shell was, there would come a day when it would be broken. Even water droplets could penetrate stone, so Yi Xian was not afraid that he could not break it. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Rumble. The sound of battle was deafening. The sword god's doppelganger, the Black Gold Swordsman, the Deathless Swordsman, the Old Tree, the Black Horn, and the Evil Phoenix besieged the Shrine of Ice Master. Not long after, the Shrine of Ice Master could not hold on any longer. His face gradually turned gloomy. You want the Divine Ice Stone? Fine, I'll give it to you. The Shrine of Ice Master suddenly bellowed and took out a blue stone. This blue stone was the treasure of the Shrine of Ice, the Divine Ice Stone. Chapter 2065. This snowstorm was 100 times more violent than the one at Ice Edge Villa. In an instant, everything in the surroundings was frozen. The Black Gold Swordsman, Deathless Swordsman, Old Tree, Black Horn, and even the platinum-ranked Evil Phoenix were all frozen. Only the sword god's doppelganger was spared. What? You, the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice, panicked. Once the Divine Ice Stone appeared, even he would be frozen. At this moment, the lower half of his body could no longer move. He looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. Why was Yi Xian immune to the effects of the Divine Ice Stone? TSK. Yi Xian grinned as he watched the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice turn into an ice sculpture. The Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice courted his own death. This was exactly what he wanted. Because of this, the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice could no longer move and was at his mercy. Although the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice had a pretty good Eternal Emperor weapon on him, in addition to the layer of ice formed by the Divine Ice Stone, even a 7th-rank Eternal Emperor might not be able to break through. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian possessed an unstoppable divine skill. The reason why Yi Xian dealt with the others first was because he had anticipated that this would be the outcome. At present, apart from the Sword God's doppelganger, everyone was frozen. This was the perfect opportunity to replay the scene. Like before, he placed the ice sculptures together and slashed horizontally. Divine Sword Technique. Swish. Previously, the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa had used the sacred ice stone condensed from the Divine Ice Stone. This time, however, the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice had used the Divine Ice Stone, which was more than 100 times more powerful than the sacred ice stone. But even so, it was useless. In an instant, all the ice sculptures, including the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice, were cut in half by the Divine Sword Technique. They died on the spot. Yi Xian had directly obtained the mandate of a 6th-rank Eternal Emperor. However, as he had just made a breakthrough, this mandate only increased his mandate level. He could not make another breakthrough. With the death of the Shrine of Ice, there was no longer a need for the Shrine of Ice to exist. At once, Yi Xian had the resurrected old tree and black horn absorb the entire Shrine of Ice into his devouring space. Ding! The Divine Ice Stone has been successfully devoured. The activation of the 5-element sword servants is now at 20%. The system prompted. The 5-element sword servants required 5 specific materials to activate. Their combat strength was ranked 5th among all sword servants, and they were extremely powerful. One had to know that the Undying Swordsman had barely squeezed into the top 10. After that, Yi Xian conducted a soul search on the Shrine of Ice's chief. The closest one is the Witheredwood Divine Palace. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. There was a piece of Witheredwood Divine Stone in the Witheredwood Divine Hall, which was exactly what was needed to activate the 5-element sword attendants. Yi Xian immediately headed for the Witheredwood Shrine. Although Yi Xian was doing shady business now, he had no choice but to do so in order to find Luo Luo in the 9th heaven as soon as possible. Moreover, as long as he was strong enough in the future, he could resurrect these people and even give them 100 times more cultivation resources as compensation. To put it simply, Yi Xian was just forcibly borrowing the other party's belongings. A few days later, he arrived at the Witheredwood Shrine. Compared to the Shrine of Ice, the Witheredwood Shrine was much easier to deal with. With his own strength, Yi Xian easily dealt with the people of the Witheredwood Shrine and then absorbed them into his devouring space. At this moment, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. With a little more destiny, he would be able to break through to become a 4th-grade Eternal Emperor. However, the news of the Shrine of Ice and the Witheredwood Shrine being destroyed one after another had spread to the other 3 shrines. The experts of the 3 shrines had gathered to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. If one were to rank the 5 shrines, the Shrine of Ice and the Witheredwood Shrine were at the bottom of the 5 shrines. This was because the shrine masters of the other 3 shrines were all 7th-grade Eternal Emperors with extraordinary strength. But so what? After annihilating the Witheredwood Shrine, Yi Xian headed for the Violent Earth Shrine. However, this time around, he was intercepted by a group of people while he was on his way. Yi Xian, who was on his way, sensed that a group of several dozen people was approaching him. The combined aura of these people was very terrifying. There were at least 9 6th-grade Eternal Emperors. He immediately squinted his eyes and saw that these people were wearing 3 kinds of clothes. With just a glance, he understood the origin of these people. It turned out that this group was formed by the experts of the 3 shrines. Their purpose was to capture Yi Xian and bring him back. Yi Xian had first destroyed the Shrine of Ice and then the Witheredwood Shrine. Therefore, the 3 shrines sent their experts to the Violent Earth Shrine, which was the closest to the Witheredwood Shrine. They were heading for the Withered Wood Shrine and coincidentally bumped into Yi Xian. Yes, that's him. At this time, a person at the front of the group took out a floating image crystal and compared it. Inside the floating image crystal was the scene of Yi Xian killing the experts of the Withered Wood Divine Hole. Although the person who recorded the floating image crystal had already been absorbed by Yi Xian into the devouring space, the floating image crystal he recorded was transmitted to the other 3 great shrines. As a result, Yi Xian was recognized at a glance. "Bastard, how dare you do such a thing? Tell us your name," the leader shouted angrily. "Anyway, I'm going to die anyway. It's useless to know my name," Yi Xian muttered, shaking his head. As soon as these words came out, it immediately aroused the disgust of the crowd. Wasn't this a little too much? Although Yi Xian had annihilated the Shrine of Ice and the Withered Wood Shrine, these 2 shrines only had 1 6th grade Eternal Emperor each. Now, they had organized 10 Eternal Emperors to capture Yi Xian. They were confident that they could even fight a 7th grade Eternal Emperor. Not to mention that Yi Xian was only a 3rd grade Eternal Emperor. "Go, capture him first." At that moment, the leader shouted angrily. Immediately after, everyone surrounded Yi Xian. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's figure disappeared from their sight. No, he didn't disappear. Some people caught sight of Yi Xian, but he was behind the leader. "Be careful," a person beside him shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Gotcha!" A crisp sound was heard. The leader's Eternal Emperor weapon was directly shattered. Even his head was sent flying. There was a saying that went, "Times have changed." Although Yi Xian was still a 3rd grade Eternal Emperor like he was when he annihilated the Shrine of Ice. But during this period of time, his heavenly fate level had increased. Back then, he couldn't break the Eternal Emperor weapon of the Shrine of Ice, but today, it was enough. The leader's death shocked everyone. Before they could react, the leader's heavenly fate was taken by Yi Xian. Chapter 2066. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 4th grade Eternal Emperor. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. If he had not made a breakthrough, he would have been surrounded and beaten like a sandbag. Now that he had made a breakthrough, he did not have to fear anyone. Sure enough, after he made a breakthrough, the experts of the 3 sacred halls were like a bunch of chickens and dogs. They were all beaten to a pulp. In the end, they were all killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian obtained the interspatial ring. Yi Xian devoured the heaven's will. This group of people was Yi Xian's second parents. They knew that Yi Xian was in trouble and came to give him benefits. Now that he had broken through to the 4th grade Eternal Emperor realm, there was no one in the vicinity who could stop him. The other 3 sacred halls only had 1 7th grade Eternal Emperor each. There was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian continued his journey. As long as he destroyed the 3 sacred halls, the 5 element sword attendants could be activated. Next, Yi Xian used his superior strength to destroy the Violent Earth Sacred Hall and then the Origin Gold Sacred Hall. In this way, only the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall was left. At this time, Yi Xian was already on his way to the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall. Previously, he had destroyed 2 sacred halls, which had increased his heaven's will by a lot. He estimated that if he destroyed the most powerful sacred hall, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall, he might be able to break through to 5th grade Eternal Emperor. However, things were not as simple as he thought. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall had notified an expert after learning about the destruction of the other 4 sacred halls. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall. However, the Sacred Hall was surrounded. All the experts were lined up neatly, waiting for Yi Xian's arrival. "Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall Master, come out and meet me," Yi Xian shouted as soon as he arrived. "Who's there?" The experts of the Scarlet Flame's sacred hall looked around one after another, but they did not see anyone. At this time, the sword god's doppelganger suddenly removed the void spirit divine armor and revealed his true body. Only then did they notice Yi Xian. He's here. After seeing Yi Xian, someone from the divine hall of Scarlet Flames immediately reported this matter to their superiors. Of course, even if they didn't report it, the Scarlet Flame Temple Master would have already known. After all, Yi Xian's words had made his intentions clear. However, due to Yi Xian's ferocious reputation, these Scarlet Flame Divine Temple's experts did not dare to act rashly. Soon, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Temple Master came out. This was a red-haired old man who possessed the strength of a rank 7 Eternal Emperor. He was the strongest expert in the 5 sacred halls. Are you the one who destroyed the other 4 divine halls? The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master narrowed his eyes and asked. Yi Xian did not try to hide it. He nodded and said, "That's right. I did it." "How dare you kill a few of my brothers," said the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Palace Master. From the memories of those people, it could be seen that the 5 sacred halls' palace masters used to be disciples of certain forces. Yi Xian naturally did not forget. He smiled and said, "Only those who are capable will know of the treasure. If you hand over the Scarlet Flame Divine Stone obediently, I can spare your life." Although he said so, he did not think that the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master would compromise so easily. After all, the Scarlet Flame Divine Stone was the most precious treasure of the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall. How could he give it away so easily? "You're really asking for too much." The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master snorted coldly. "Now, you have the 4 attribute divine stones. If you add my Scarlet Flame Divine Stone, you have 5. I'm curious, why do you want to collect the 5 attribute divine stones? You don't need to worry about what I want to do. You just need to hand it over to me. Of course, you can choose not to hand it over. If you do, the consequences will be the same as your other 4 brothers," said Yi Xian. "You think you can do that?" The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master was furious. The saint power in his body surged as he raised his hand to attack Yi Xian. "You're courting death." Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. In an instant, he disappeared and reappeared behind the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master. Crack! With just one blow, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's Eternal Emperor weapon was shattered by Yi Xian. The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master turned pale with fright. He was much stronger than the other 4, but Yi Xian, a 4th-grade Eternal Emperor, was actually able to break through his defense in an instant. Wasn't this strength too monstrous? Before he could react, Yi Xian attacked again and sent him flying. If he was an ordinary 7th-grade Eternal Emperor, he would have been killed by Yi Xian. However, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master was quite capable and survived. However, he would not live for long. Yi Xian was determined to kill him. However, at this moment... Stop! Suddenly, an explosive shout entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head to look and saw a figure in the air that just happened to attack him. Whoosh! This person's attack was very fast and landed on the Sword God Doppelganger in an instant. The Sword God Doppelganger was hit and sent flying. Fortunately, the Sword God Doppelganger had an invincible body. Otherwise, even a 7th-grade Eternal Emperor would have died. So strong. Yi Xian shuddered. He sensed that this person's aura was several times stronger than the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's. A 8th-grade Eternal Emperor. Where did this expert come from? Yi Xian could not figure it out. However, when he saw the newcomer's face, a memory immediately came to him. This person had appeared in the memories of the 4 palace masters before. Furthermore, he had an extraordinary relationship with the 4 of them. This person was the master of the 5 temple masters of the 5 elements temple, Ko Wenhua. This Ko Wenhua is a guardian of the Five Elements Temple of a large force. He is an 8th grade Eternal Emperor. The Five Elements Temple is an expert who is a half-step sovereign. Yi Xian thought to himself. Before he could react, Ko Wenhua attacked again. He was determined to kill Yi Xian. In this battle, if it were a normal fight, Yi Xian would not be able to kill his opponent no matter what. Even if he had the divine sword technique, he would have to hit his opponent. However, given Yi Xian's temperament, he would not fight one-on-one with his opponent. I'm not fighting alone. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately released Old Tree and the others. However, Old Tree and the others' opponent was not Ko Wenhua, but the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master. His ability to summon out of thin air surprised Ko Wenhua. Immediately, the latter attacked and killed Old Shu and the others. However, the moment he made a move, he gave Yi Xian a chance. At this time, Yi Xian had used the Eye of Assassination and flashed behind the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. This time, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's defenses were all broken. Oh no! Ko Wenhua and the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's expressions changed drastically. However, even if Ko Wenhua was an 8th grade Eternal Emperor, he could not prevent the next scene from happening. Old Tree and the others who had been killed by Ko Wenhua appeared again. Chapter 2067. Boom! Amidst a rumbling sound, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Hall Master was killed. When his corpse fell from the sky, it was absorbed by Yi Xian into the devouring space. At the same time, the Scarlet Blaze Divine Stone and the Scarlet Blaze Shrine Master's hand fell into Yi Xian's hand. Now, he had all the 5 elements Divine Stones. Ding! The host can activate the 5 elements Swordsman. Do you want to activate them? Yes. Yi Xian immediately responded. Ding! The activation of the 5 elements Swordsman is successful. The host's affinity with the 5 elements has reached the upper limit. The system notification sounded. The upper limit of the affinity with the 5 elements was the maximum value. This meant that Yi Xian's attacks with the 5 elements would be significantly more powerful in the future. In addition, he had a damage reduction effect on such attacks. Previously, Yi Xian had increased his fire attack power by using the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. Now, he had increased his affinity by 4 more elements. This was very good. Yi Xian immediately released the 5 elements Swordsman. The 5 elements Swordsmen were dressed quite handsomely. Beside them floated 5 elemental spheres of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although they did not attack, Yi Xian could feel their aura. They were more powerful than the immortal swordsman. Your opponent is him. Go! Yi Xian immediately ordered the 5 elements swordsman. In an instant, the 5 elements swordsman charged toward Ko Wenhua. Ko Wenhua was the guardian of the 5 elements path. He cultivated the 5 elements cultivation method. Together with the mandate of heaven, he was very powerful. However, this was child's play for the 5 elements swordsman. Whoosh! A slash broke through the air and attacked the 5 elements swordsman. At the same time, the 5 elements swordsmen fiercely slashed with their sword. A sword chi containing the 5 elements broke through the air. Bang! In the air, a shock wave swept out. The 2 sword chis collided and dissipated together. The 5 element swordsman was the same level as Yi Xian. They were both 4th grade eternal emperors. However, their attack was on par with Ko Wenhua's, who was an 8th grade eternal emperor. How was this possible? Ko Wenhua was shocked, and so was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that the 5 element sword attendants were completely immune to 5 elements attacks, and so were his attacks. That was why the sword attendants of the five elements had been able to disperse the sword chi of the five elements, and then their attacks were on par with the heaven's will. In short, Ko Wenhua's attack was a heavenly fate attack to the five elements sword attendants. If it was another person, the five elements sword attendants would be at a disadvantage. This time, it was just right. In an instant, the five elements sword attendants and Ko Wenhua exchanged blows. Although there was a huge gap between the two of them, their strength was evenly matched. The five elements sword servants are indeed powerful. They are much stronger than the undying sword servants. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. However, he couldn't just watch the five elements sword attendants and Ko Wenhua fight one-on-one. Ares' domain. At this moment, he activated another trump card. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to have frozen. Apart from him, there was only one other expert from the Scarlet Flame Temple who could move. Eye of Assassination. Before the expert from the Scarlet Flame Temple could react, Yi Xian had already appeared behind him and slashed with his sword. Rip. In an instant, the sword god's doppelganger killed the expert and received the buff effect of the invincible god of war. Go. As the world returned to normal, Yi Xian led the old tree and the others to attack Ko Wenhua. Even Ko Wenhua had to pay attention to such a situation. Kid, where did you come from? Ko Wenhua finally couldn't help but ask. I'll tell you when you're dead. Yi Xian didn't answer this question because there was no need to. What a big mouth. Ko Wenhua snorted and decided to go all out. However, in the face of all kinds of attacks, he, an 8th grade Eternal Emperor, seemed to be a little weak. This battle lasted for a full minute. One should know that an expert of this level could do a lot of things in 1 second. For example, he could easily cross 10 billion kilometers of land. Not to mention an Eternal Emperor, even an immortal could easily cross 1,000,000 kilometers of land using the immortal jump. 1 minute was enough for them to exchange blows countless times. However, in this 1 minute, the one who was suppressed was not Yi Xian, but Ko Wenhua. It was really funny. A dignified 8th grade Eternal Emperor was actually defeated by a group of 4th grade Eternal Emperors. If news of this spread, Ko Wenhua would lose face. However, what Ko Wenhua didn't know was that Yi Xian hadn't used his full strength yet. Alright, enough fun. It's time for you to accompany your 5 disciples. At this time, Yi Xian's lips suddenly curled up. Just now, he had killed the Scarlet Flame Temple Master and killed the rest of the people. In other words, he had a huge amount of cultivation resources in his hands. After activating the 5 element sword servants, Yi Xian wanted to test the combat power of the 5 element sword servants. Therefore, he had only been playing around. Now, he was done playing. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 5th grade Eternal Emperor. In an instant, the aura of Yi Xian's group skyrocketed. The sword god's doppelganger, old tree, black horn, black gold sword servant, undying sword servant, 5 element sword servant, and Yi Xian's war god mount all rose from 4th grade Eternal Emperors to 5th grade Eternal Emperors without exception. Their overall strength had increased by more than 10 times. What? Ko Wenhua was shocked. Before the breakthrough, these people had been able to put him under pressure. Now that they had both broken through, how could he fight? Let's go. Ko Wenhua made a prompt decision and immediately turned around to leave. It's too late to leave now. Yi Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment, everyone used their trump cards. A series of attacks pierced through the air. Ko Wenhua shivered and dodged the attacks of Old Shu and Black Horn, but was hit by the 2 sword chis of the 5 element sword servants and the undead sword servants. Ko Wenhua could still block the sword chi of the undying sword servant. At that time, he could not block the attack of the 5 element sword servant at all. After the breakthrough, the invisible sword servant could easily destroy his destiny protection. When the five-colored sword light entered his body, Ko Wenhua felt the blood in his body surge. In the next moment, Ko Wenhua's body exploded and he died. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed over and collected Ko Wenhua's interspatial ring and destiny. Then, he unceremoniously devoured them. His strength had increased by another step. The disciples of Crimson Flame Divine Hall were dumbfounded. Not only did the Hall Master die, but even the Hall Master's master also died. This was too unreal. Before they could react, the group of low-level Eternal Emperors were all sucked into the devouring space by Old Tree and Black Horn. Since obtaining the Beast God Clock, Yi Xian had a habit of letting Wei Jintian search his soul. Chapter 2068. Yi Xian found quite a few five-element stones in Ko Wenhua's interspatial ring. He immediately gave them to the five-element swordsman to strengthen. Ko Wenhua was a guardian of the five elements, and the five elements were half-step sovereigns. The members of the five-element sect all cultivated with the help of five-element stones. They usually formed groups of five, and they would complement each other and cultivate together. This way, their cultivation speed would be much faster than the average person's. The five-element sect actually has a five-element stone mine. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The five-element swordsmen were currently his strongest subordinates. If he could continue to strengthen them, it would be excellent. However, the half-step sovereigns of the five-element sect had to be careful. Ko Wenhua's body exploded and died. Although I collected his body parts, I'm only 80% sure. I wonder if anyone would be able to see through my disguise if I use the true mask. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and decided to give it a try. Previously, he had almost always used a 100% disguise. Now that he was going to use an 80% disguise, he didn't know if he would be discovered. An 80% disguise meant that he could only disguise himself as 80% of Ko Wenhua's face, voice, and aura. It would be easy to recognize him. Forget it. It's already good enough that I'm 80% sure. When the time comes, I'll just say that it was caused by cultivation. Yi Xian didn't think too much and prepared to head to the five-element sect. Coincidentally, Ko Wenhua had built a teleportation formation near the Crimson Flame Shrine, so Yi Xian took advantage of it. Yi Xian used the formation to cross a large distance and arrived near the five-element sect. It said that the five-element sect's patriarch has a five-element spirit root and has an extremely high affinity for the five elements. That's why he was able to form 5 Dao seeds when he was just a half-step Dao Lord. He's very powerful. Yi Xian thought to himself as he approached the five-element sect's mountain gate. Guardian Ko, you've returned. When he arrived at the five elements mountain gate, the disciples at the gate greeted him respectfully. Yi Xian pretended to be thoughtful. After nodding slightly, he walked in. He searched through Ko Wenhua's memories. Although his memories were incomplete due to the incomplete corpse, it should not be difficult for him to deal with ordinary matters. The five elements, as expected of the five elements. After entering, Yi Xian couldn't help but click his tongue, because he felt many auras that were not weaker than Ko Wenhua's. This meant that they were at least rank 8 Eternal Emperors. Apart from that, there were also several elders who were 9th grade Eternal Emperors. With Yi Xian's current strength, if they were to fight here, it would definitely be a strenuous and unrewarding task. Let's take a look at the five elements vein first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was now disguised as the guardian of the five elements sect, Ko Wenhua. He was qualified to enter the five elements mine. The five elements veins in the five elements sect could produce five elements divine stones, but the five elements sect patriarch did not allow them to wantonly mine because their cultivation methods could be improved faster if they cultivated in the five elements veins. Five element or veins were extremely rare. If they were to collapse, it would be a huge loss. Once the 5 elements or vein collapsed, the 5 elements sect would most likely come to an end. Then, it would most likely go downhill. Yi Xian entered the 5 elements or vein under the guise of Ko Wenhua's guardian. This time, he did not dare to casually mine the 5 elements divine stones because there were formations set up on them. Once someone touched them, an elder would appear. However, Yi Xian's attention was not on the 5 elements divine stones this time. His target was the 5 elements sect disciples who had entered the 5 elements or vein to cultivate. The most outstanding 5 elements sect disciples is only a rank 7 eternal emperor. There is nothing to be afraid of. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the 5 forks in front of him and randomly chose one to enter. The 5 elements or vein had 5 subveins of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each subvein had countless mines. Every disciple who entered would choose a mine to cultivate in. Yi Xian entered the metal mine and sensed it. He found that there was also a small protective formation inside. If he did not enter personally, he would not know who was inside. Yi Xian randomly chose a mine and entered it. He found a disciple cultivating inside. The 5 elements sect disciple sensed Yi Xian's arrival. He did not open his eyes, but he was slightly angry. One had to know that the rules of the 5 elements or vein were clearly written on the entrance. As long as there was someone inside, the protective formation would light up and no one else was allowed to enter. However, when the 5 elements sect disciple saw Yi Xian's face, he swallowed the words that had risen to his throat. Guardian Ko. The 5 elements sect disciple hurriedly greeted him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind him. Rip! With a crisp sound, the disciple's head was directly cut off by Yi Xian's sword. In an instant, the destiny stone in the disciple's body condensed into an eternal destiny stone. Collect. Without saying a word, Yi Xian put away the corpse and the remains of the disciple. This scene happened so quickly that the disciple, a 5th-grade eternal emperor, was killed before he could react. In this way, no one would notice. After that, Yi Xian left the first mine and entered the second. He used the same method to kill all the people in the second mine to reap the benefits. In this metal-type mine alone, there were thousands of people cultivating. Moreover, they were all at least 3rd-grade eternal emperors. This was the standard for entering the 5 elements or vein to cultivate. In order to increase efficiency, Yi Xian decided to release the old tree, Black Horn, and the others to assist him. However, Black Horn, Old Tree, and the others were too obvious. They would be easily discovered. Once they were discovered, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. For example, they would attract the attention of the Guardian Elder. The Guardian Elder was a 9th-grade Eternal Emperor expert. He was only 1 step away from becoming a half-step sovereign. Yi Xian could fight such an expert. However, he should not forget whose territory he was in. The 5 Elements Sect. A battle in the most important place of the 5 Elements Sect would naturally attract the attention of the 5 Elements Sect's patriarch. When the time came, the half-step sovereign patriarch might personally take action. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Although Yi Xian's efficiency was low when he acted alone, it was very safe. With the mask of authenticity, even the 5 Elements Sect's patriarch would not be able to recognize him if he stood in front of him. In the following time, Yi Xian hunted the disciples of the 5 Elements Sect in the metal-type mine. Chapter 2069. Then, Yi Xian left the metal-type mine and entered the wood-type mine. Using the same method, he killed many disciples. These disciples were very unlucky. They were cultivating well when they were killed. They died with grievances. However, Yi Xian promised in his heart that he would resurrect them one day and give them heavenly treasures. This kind of thing was child's play for Yi Xian. Not to mention breaking through to a higher realm, just his current strength of a 5th-grade Eternal Emperor was enough to resurrect a 3rd-grade Eternal Emperor. However, this would damage his destiny. If he became a 6th-grade Eternal Emperor, it would not be much of a problem. At this time, Yi Xian had already wandered into the 4th fire-type mine. He sensed that his destiny had reached a bottleneck. As long as he killed the people in the fire-type mine, he could break through to become a 6th-grade Eternal Emperor. At that time, no one in the Tao of 5 elements would be a match for him except for the half-step sovereign old ancestor. His current strength had at least doubled compared to when he first entered the Tao of 5 elements mine. After all, these disciples had some 5 elements sacred stones. Although they were inferior to the 5 elements sacred stones, they were superior in quantity. Therefore, the 5 elements sword attendants had also improved a lot. Soon, Yi Xian had almost finished off the people in the fire-type mine. Yes, this time he did not have any scruples. After all, he was about to break through and could not hold back. After he killed an elite disciple of the 7th-grade Eternal Emperor level, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 6th-grade Eternal Emperor. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Finally, he had broken through. Now, which Eternal Emperor in the Tao of 5 elements could stop him? Since this was the case, he did not need to keep a low profile anymore. He directly released Old Tree and the others. In fact, there was a heavily guarded passageway in each of the 5 elemental mines in the Tao of 5 elements mine. There was a protector overseeing each passageway. Yi Xian knew that these 5 passageways led to the depths of the Tao of 5 elements mine. That was the forbidden area of the Tao of 5 elements. Even the protectors could not enter. At the same time, it was also the destination of Yi Xian. Immediately, he walked towards the entrance. Protector Ko. One of the guardians at the entrance recognized Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately used Death Hunt Command and Assassin's Eye to attack the enemy from behind. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out, and the protector died instantly. What a joke! Even a 9th-grade Eternal Emperor Elder was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xian, let alone a mere 8th-grade Eternal Emperor Protector. Each of these 5 paths is guarded by a protector, and it is said that there are 2 elders in the depths. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had learned this from Ko Wenhua's memories. 2 elders were equivalent to 2 9th-grade Eternal Emperors. This was not a small number. But in front of Yi Xian, it was nothing. Without another word, Yi Xian walked into the passageway. Not long after, he sensed 2 powerful auras. Who is it? Before Yi Xian could walk out of the passageway, an old voice sounded from inside. Elder, I have something to report. Yi Xian said immediately. Come in. The people inside recognized Ko Wenhua's voice. Yi Xian continued to walk. When he walked out of the passageway, he saw 2 old men in the 5 elements sect elder robes sitting cross-legged in the middle. Behind them was a simple and unadorned door. That door should be the secret of the formation of the 5 elements vein. Protector Ko, I remember that you are not the one guarding the passageway today. Why are you here? A black-robed elder asked. Because I am here to kill you. Yi Xian was impatient. Before he finished speaking, he had already flashed behind the other party. Crack! The Eternal Emperor weapon on the black-robed elder shattered into pieces. Yi Xian's attack had broken through his defense. The next attack would be enough to take his life. What? The black-robed elder and the other white-robed elder were shocked. Ko Wenhua was only an 8th-grade Eternal Emperor. Although the black-robed elder was not the strongest among the Eternal Emperors, he was still a mid-grade 9th-grade Eternal Emperor. How did he do it? You disgraceful bastard. Seeing this, the white-robed elder immediately tried to capture Ko Wenhua. But in the next moment, several figures appeared in front of Yi Xian and covered his body. Pfft. The white-robed elder's attack was blocked by the invisible swordsman after killing the old tree and black horn. At the same time, Yi Xian took advantage of this gap and flashed behind the other party. Crack! The white-robed elder was once again caught off guard and was sent flying. Quick, inform the ancestor. The white-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily. Unfortunately, the black-robed elder did not reply. The white-robed elder's face was gloomy. He squinted and found that the black-robed elder, whose defense had been broken by Yi Xian, had his heart pierced by a golden saber-toothed tiger and died. One of the two ninth-grade Eternal Emperors died in an instant and the other was seriously injured. It's over. The white-robed elder seemed to have seen the end of the world. Yi Xian had the strength to kill the black-robed elder. Naturally, he also had the ability to kill him. He was afraid that he would not survive the next moment. Sure enough, without waiting for him to stop, Yi Xian and the others launched a fierce attack on him. Boom! The group of people attacked together and killed the ninth-grade Eternal Emperor White-Robed Elder. Then, Yi Xian quickly put away the two corpses and moved quickly to the quaint door. Although the battle just now did not last long, the two elders might have already sent a voice transmission to the five-element sect ancestor. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get the treasure as soon as possible. After Yi Xian observed for a while, he found that this formation was not ordinary. It should have been set up by the five-element sect ancestor himself. This can't stop me. Yi Xian smiled confidently and joined forces with the others to attack. However, these attacks dissipated as soon as they landed on the defensive formation. Moreover, there was not even a sound. This made Yi Xian feel a little strange. What's going on? Why is there a soundproof formation? Yi Xian was puzzled. Instead of setting up a soundproof formation, it would have been better to set up a defensive formation. However, he did not care so much and continued to attack. However, this defensive formation was very powerful. With his current strength, he could not break it. Damn, a half-step ruler is so powerful. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Half-step sovereign realm was a whole new realm. There was a huge gap between an eternal emperor and a half-step ruler. The former would not be able to withstand a single blow from the latter. A formation set up by such an expert was not something that an eternal emperor could break. Chapter 2070. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to use my trump card. Let's take the things and leave. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had already decided to use his trump card. If he could obtain the treasure that formed the five elements vein, he could plant it in the devouring space. This way, the five elements sword attendants could be continuously strengthened. Divine sword technique. Without hesitation, Yi Xian slashed at the quaint door. With this move, the entire five elements mineral vein was split open. The quaint door and the defensive formation were broken together. Boom! The stone at the door shattered and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the formation was broken, Yi Xian's perception could penetrate it. However, when he sensed it, he was frightened. There was an extremely powerful aura inside. A ninth-grade Eternal Emperor. No! No! This aura was dozens of times stronger than a ninth-grade Eternal Emperor. The five-element sect's great ancestor? Yi Xian almost fainted. He did not expect that the five-element sect's great ancestor, whom he feared, was actually in seclusion inside. Although the smoke and dust filled the air, Yi Xian had the eye of things. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged inside. It must be the five-element sect's great ancestor. The most ridiculous thing was that Yi Xian's attack just now had landed only half a meter away from the five-element sect's great ancestor. If the distance had been slightly off, perhaps the divine sword art just now would have been enough to kill this half-step sovereign expert. What the F***ck? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. At this time, the five-element sect's great ancestor reacted. He waved his right hand and quickly put away the two things beside him. These two things were his secrets. Who is it? An old voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. His expression was very interesting at this time. It was as if he was in the middle of carrying on the ancestral line when Yi Xian barged in. He was a little flustered. However, Yi Xian did not respond. He frowned and was thinking. The two things that were put away by the five-element sect's great ancestor must be the secret of the five elements vein. If he had known, he would have flashed over and put away the things. What a loss, what a loss. Who are you? How did you break in? The five-element sect's great ancestor asked again. How strange. There should be two elders guarding the door. Why aren't they here? However, after he thought about it carefully, he discovered that he had some impression of the person before him. He was actually a protector of his five elements path. Because Yi Xian's disguise was only 80% effective and the five elements ancestor was extremely mysterious, even a protector might not be able to meet him. Therefore, the five elements ancestor didn't recognize Ko Wenhua's face in time. Ancestor, I've come this time to ask you for two things. Yi Xian said. The five elements patriarch subconsciously asked after hearing this. The five elements great ancestor was furious. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian came in, nor did he know where the two elders went, in short, this matter was a secret of the five elements Tao. Only elders would know about it. Now that Yi Xian knew, he could not let him live. The five elements great ancestor immediately charged out. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Yi Xian's people were all killed in 1 second, except for the sword god's clone. So strong. As expected of a half-step sovereign expert. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim in his heart. A half-step sovereign expert had fused the Tao fruit and the 99 fate into their Tao heart. The five elements great ancestor already had a Tao heart, so his strength was extraordinary. Fortunately, the sword god's clone was invincible. Even if he was beaten for 10,000 years, he would not die. However, Yi Xian was a little hesitant. With his current combat strength, he could not fight the five elements great ancestor, not even the five elements sword servants. So, should he leave or stay? I won't leave first. Let's destroy the five elements sect first. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This time, he decided to use his true body. The sword god's clone delayed the five elements great ancestor, while his true body descended personally. With his strength, no one could stop him except the five elements great ancestor. As long as he killed the rest of the five elements sect, he might be able to break through to become a rank 7 eternal emperor. At this time, Yi Xian's face suddenly changed and returned to his original appearance. This was because he had already put away Wei Zhentian, who had turned into the mask of authenticity. As for his true body, he had already descended to the five elements sect and put on the void spirit divine armor. To be safe, he even summoned the black gold divine armor. The five elements great ancestor was a half-step sovereign. Even if he did not use energy attacks, he might be able to kill him with just his fists. Thus, it was better to be careful. Rumble. Deafening sounds kept coming from the five elements mine. However, at this time, the five elements great ancestor, who was wondering why he could not kill Yi Xian, felt something. What did you do? The five elements great ancestor could not help but ask. Nothing. I'm just killing your elders. The sword god's clone grinned. The five elements great ancestor's expression changed, but he did not leave this place and continued to attack Yi Xian. His attacks were very sharp. If Yi Xian's true body was here, even with the black gold divine armor and the void spirit divine armor, he would be in danger of dying. However, when the five elements' great ancestor attacked, Yi Xian's aura suddenly rose by a large margin. Although he did not break through, his heavenly fate level had indeed increased. This was because his true body had killed the other elders of the five elements sect and absorbed all their heavenly fates. In addition, there were the protectors and mid-level eternal emperor disciples. After dealing with them, Yi Xian's true body charged into the five elements mine and began to wantonly mine the five elements divine stone. The five elements divine stone could not only be used to strengthen the five elements sword servants, but it could also be used to forge weapons. As long as the divine sword art's cooldown was restored, Yi Xian would be able to pose a threat to the five elements great ancestor. Bastard, how dare you destroy my five elements sect? The five elements' great ancestors suddenly sensed something and could not help but roar. So what? You can resurrect them anyway, isn't that right? Yi Xian said. You're courting death. The five elements' great ancestor was furious. He did not care about anything else and attacked Yi Xian with all his might. However, after attacking for a long time, Yi Xian was not injured at all. It was too strange. On the other side, Yi Xian's true body and the others had already begun to wantonly collect the five elements divine stone. However, this was not a problem for the five elements great ancestor because he had a five elements divine stone. As long as the five elements divine stone was still there, the five elements great ancestor would not be considered destroyed. As for the others, with his realm, he could easily resurrect even a seventh grade eternal emperor. Chapter 2071. Who exactly are you? How can a mere rank 6 eternal emperor withstand so many of my attacks without being injured? The five elements sect's old ancestor couldn't help but ask. If you want to know, give me something in exchange. Yi Xian smirked. This answer infuriated the five elements sect's old ancestor, and he charged toward Yi Xian. After that, the sword god's avatar was in a passive state. No, it should be said that from the beginning until now, he had been beaten up. However, his tough and indestructible body was capable of withstanding all of the five elements sect's old ancestors' attacks. On the other side, his original body, the old tree, and the others had already emptied the five elements mineral vein, leaving nothing behind. The battle prowess of the five elements sword attendants soared. However, the five elements sword attendants had just been killed by the five elements sect's great ancestor, so there was a cooldown period. He could not summon them again today. Right now, I'm just a rank 6 eternal emperor. Apart from the divine sword technique, I don't pose a threat to this old man at all. I'd better level up first. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he left the five paths and headed for a nearby power. Nearby, there were several factions on the same level as the five elements ancestor. Their strongest experts were half-step sovereigns, but they were slightly weaker than the five elements ancestor. Yi Xian wanted to use them to increase his strength. Because Yi Xian had gone too far, the five elements Tao Patriarch beat Yi Xian for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past 3 days and 3 nights, the sword god's avatar had endured countless attacks. Even a rank 2 half-step dominator would most likely die under such attacks from the five elements Tao ancestor. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the five elements Tao ancestor was. Brat, what are you made of? You've taken so many of my attacks, yet you're completely unscathed. On the 4th day, the five elements grand ancestor asked once more. However, perhaps Yi Xian was numb from the beating, or perhaps he was too lazy to reply because his heart was still with the main body. However, at this moment, the five elements sect's great ancestor suddenly stopped, which surprised Yi Xian. What's wrong? Tired? The sword god's doppelganger smirked. You destroyed my five elements, but I can't kill you. What do you think I should do? The five elements' old ancestor asked helplessly. In this world, the cruelest thing was that you couldn't kill your enemy even though they were right in front of you. It was really too tragic. Don't worry. You'll know what to do in a moment. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, his heaven's mandate had increased quite a bit compared to 3 days ago. In these 3 days, he visited 2 forces of the same level as the 5 elements and fiddled with them. At this moment, he was about to break through. Patriarch 5 Elements was a little surprised, but not long after, he felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 7 Eternal Emperor. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had finally broken through. Did that mean that Yi Xian now possessed the ability to fight the Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch? Old man, let's fight again. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flickered and he suddenly summoned the old tree and the others. Of course, the old tree and the others were no threat to the Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch. This time, Yi Xian's trump card was the 5 Elements Swordsman. Humph. The Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch snorted and instantly killed the old tree and the others. However, when his attack landed on the 5 Elements Sword attendants, it did not immediately kill them. Instead, it was blocked by them. What? The Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch was shocked. Yi Xian was one thing, but now there was another freak. He felt it and found that the 5 Elements Swordsman had neutralized his 5 Elements attack. Then, his Heaven's Mandate attack broke the 5 Elements defense of the 5 Elements Swordsman. After it was weakened, it landed on the 5 Elements Swordsman. Good guy. The Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch could not help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the 5 Elements Swordsmen, who had been sent flying, suddenly slashed with their sword and charged at the Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch. Child's play. The Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch snorted and raised his hand to block. However, to his surprise, the 5 Elements Swordsman's attack broke his 5 Elements defense. What blocked the attack was the Heaven's Mandate defense. Fortunately, he was no longer an Eternal Emperor, but a half-step ruler. He immediately attacked with all his strength. Although Yi Xian had broken through to become a rank 7 Eternal Emperor, there was a huge gap between an Eternal Emperor and a half-step ruler. If Yi Xian was a rank 9 Eternal Emperor, he might be able to fight him. However, he was only a rank 7 Eternal Emperor. Sure enough, the 5 Elements Sword attendants suffered the same fate. Just like that day, they were killed by the 5 Elements Tao ancestor. Kid, what other tricks do you have? The Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch looked at Yi Xian with his old eyes. I can't do anything to you for the time being, but I'm not worried. At most, I'll be able to deal with you in a month. Yi Xian said slowly. A month? The Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch almost laughed out loud. He was a half-step ruler, and he had already forgotten how many years he had been cultivating since he was born. Now, Yi Xian was saying that he would be able to deal with him in a month. How laughable. Kid, you're very strong. Why don't we make a deal? The Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch said. I wiped out your sect, and you still want to make a deal with me? Yi Xian was stunned. The Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch said, didn't you kill so many people to obtain natural treasures to cultivate? I know a place with good things. Why don't we work together and split the harvest equally? How about it? What good things? Yi Xian was attracted by the Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch. If a half-step ruler wanted something, it had to be something good. Just now, you saw my secret, so I might as well tell you. I have a 5-colored divine stone in my hand. It's a treasure I obtained in my early years, but it can't continuously produce 5-colored divine stones. The 5-colored divine stone isn't the most important thing in my 5-colored divine stone, but something else, the Tao of 5 Elements Patriarch said. It's not. Yi Xian was stunned. If the five-colored divine stone wasn't the most important thing in the five-colored divine stone, then what was it? It's a drop of pseudo-divine blood. The Tao of Five Elements Patriarch said, this pseudo-divine blood contains a huge amount of energy. It's what allows the five-colored divine stone to continuously function. That's why my five-colored divine stone isn't exhausted. Instead, it's growing. Pseudo-divine blood. After hearing this name, Yi Xian was a little surprised. He had finally come into contact with his god, even if it was only a pseudo-god. And then, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Tao of Five Elements Patriarch glanced at Yi Xian. He wanted to take out the five-colored divine stone and the pseudo-divine blood, but he thought of Yi Xian's methods. If something went wrong, it would be troublesome. This pseudo-divine blood is the key to breaking through to half-step ruler realm. In my early years, I obtained a few drops of pseudo-divine blood in a dangerous place in the seventh layer heaven. However, after so many years, I've refined only this one drop, said the Tao of Five Elements Patriarch. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Chapter 2072. The cooperation you speak of is for me to enter that danger zone and obtain the pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. That's right. The Five Elements ancestor nodded. Even I can't injure you. If we work together, we might be able to reap some benefits. That's not a bad idea, but I don't understand your realm at all, said Yi Xian. The Tao ancestor of the Five Elements Tao Sect paused for a moment before he slowly said, a peak 9th grade Eternal Emperor already possesses a 99 fate. As long as you integrate this 99 fate into your Tao fruit, you can condense it into a Tao heart and become a half-step ruler. However, you're only a first-rank half-step sovereign. If you want to become a second-rank half-step sovereign, you need pseudo-divine blood. From first-rank half-step sovereign to second-rank half-step sovereign, you need to refine 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. From second-rank half-step sovereign to third-rank half-step sovereign, you need to refine 11 more drops of pseudo-divine blood. So on and so forth, a peak 9th rank half-step sovereign needs to refine 99 drops of pseudo-divine blood. If you can refine the 100th drop of pseudo-divine blood, you'll reach the sovereign realm. To reach the peak of the sovereign realm, you need to refine 999 drops of pseudo-divine blood. After refining the 1000th drop of pseudo-divine blood, you'll reach the undying sovereign realm. To reach the peak of the undying sovereign realm, you need to refine 9999 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Refining pseudo-divine blood is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even I have only refined 5 drops, so I'm only a mid-first rank half-step sovereign. Yi Xian nodded slightly after listening to the Five Elements ancestor's explanation. In the half-step sovereign realm, every level required 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. In the sovereign realm, every level required 111 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Reaching the undying sovereign realm was even more terrifying. Every level required 1,111 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Refining the pseudo-divine blood would definitely become more and more difficult. Even the Five Elements' great ancestor had only refined the first 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Then what's after the undying sovereign realm? Asked Yi Xian. Only the undying sovereigns who have refined 9,999 drops of pseudo-divinity blood can fuse pseudo-divinity blood with their Tao heart and form godhood. The great ancestor of the Tao of Five Elements replied, that dangerous place should be the place where a false god died, so there is a large amount of false god's blood. However, it is also very dangerous inside. Back then, I was only wandering around the periphery, but I almost died. What dangers are there? Yi Xian asked. In fact, he already had the intention to cooperate, but before he went, it was better to ask first. That place is a huge blood-red forest. The plants inside will attack intruders. That's not the point. The point is that there is a kind of creature in there, which we call the divine blood demon. The five elements' grand ancestor said, this divine blood demon is said to have mutated from the blood of a false god. Its combat power is extraordinary. The power of the divine blood demon changed according to the amount of pseudo-god blood in his body. The more pseudo-god blood he had, the stronger he would be. Even I can only fight an ordinary sacred blood demon. If I encounter a sacred blood demon formed from 6 drops of pseudo-god blood, I'm afraid I'll be in danger of dying. That's not bad. Killing one can get a lot of pseudo-god blood, Yi Xian said. It's not that easy. Once the sacred blood demon dies, it will disappear from the world. You have to extract the pseudo-god blood as soon as possible. The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements shook his head. The corpse of this sacred blood demon dissipates very quickly. Even I can only extract 1 drop at a time. Only the extracted pseudo-god blood can be stored in the yin and yang ring. I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly. However, he had the god-level devouring system. If he encountered a sacred blood demon corpse, his extraction speed should be faster than the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. The pseudo-god blood of this sacred blood demon that has not been extracted will return to the center of the blood-red forest. It is said that there is a terrifyingly powerful sacred blood demon king there, but no one knows what realm it is. At the mention of the sacred blood demon king, the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements couldn't help but shudder. With his strength, he could at most fight to a draw with a mid-first stage sacred blood demon formed from 5 drops of pseudo-god blood. Then how do you want to work together? Yi Xian asked curiously. You and I will work together and enter the blood-red forest together. You will be the scout, said the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. The sword god's clone's defense was the strongest he had ever seen. He couldn't break through it after 3 days and 3 nights, so it should be enough to enter the blood-red forest. Oh, we can try, but before that, I need a few things, Yi Xian said. What things? The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements asked. A large amount of eternal fate stones, 5 elements god stones, and various eternal emperor artifacts. Yi Xian replied. You destroyed my sect and still want something from me. The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements was stunned. In that case, forget it. Yi Xian shrugged. Don't think that you can keep me here just because you're a half-step ruler. If I want to leave, even a ruler won't be able to stop me. You. Seeing how confident Yi Xian was, the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements swallowed his words and said, if you and I work together, we will definitely reap unexpected benefits. Fine. With that, he began to take out items from his yin and yang ring. These items were all for Yi Xian. It had to be said that the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements was extremely wealthy. Even if Yi Xian added up all the items he had obtained in the past few days, it probably wouldn't be enough. Yi Xian put the items into his devouring space and said, very good. We can move now. The 5 elemental sect's patriarch had given him the eternal fate stone alone, which was probably enough for him to break through to become a rank 8 eternal emperor lord. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately break through. During the 3 days the sword god's clone had been beaten up, his main body had plundered several factions and the divine sword art had already been restored. Yi Xian's plan was to use the divine sword art once when he reached the 7th rank eternal emperor realm. Then, he would use the eternal emperor weapon given by the Tao of 5 elements to recover its cooldown before breaking through. This way, he could use the divine sword art one more time. If he immediately broke through to the 8th rank eternal emperor realm, the items given by the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements might not be able to recover its cooldown. After going through so many things, Yi Xian had become more and more experienced. Alright, let's go. The great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements nodded immediately after hearing Yi Xian's words. Then, he rushed out of the ruins of the Tao of 5 elements. The sect was nothing to the great ancestor of the Tao of 5 elements. He had already handed over all the affairs to the elders. As long as he broke through, the dead could all be revived. Chapter 2073. A few days later, the 5 element sect's ancestor brought the sword god clone to a teleportation array. This teleportation array can teleport you to the outskirts of the 7th heaven blood forest. The 5 element sect's ancestor activated the teleportation array. The Scarlet Forest had been a dangerous place for some time, so the experts in the surroundings were familiar with it. That was why they built a transmission array. Whoosh! After a while, the sword god clone and the 5 element sect's ancestor landed. Before they left the teleportation palace, they smelled blood. The two walked out. In front of them was a boundless blood forest. This is the blood forest. The 5 element sect's ancestor said. Yes, it looks dangerous. Yi Xian nodded. However, the more dangerous a place was, the more treasures there were. Next, you will enter. If you encounter a divine blood demon, inform me immediately. We will avoid the strong ones, and I will deal with the weak ones. We will split the loot equally. The 5 element sect's ancestor said. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and let the sword god clone enter. The divine blood demons inside were at least half-step dominator level. With his current strength, he might not be able to fight them. Therefore, Yi Xian could use the 5 element sect's ancestor to obtain some pseudo-god blood. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered the blood forest. According to the 5 element sect's ancestor, this blood forest was the place where a pseudo-god had fallen. Therefore, the surrounding plants had mutated and would attack intruders. As expected. The sword god clone had just entered when it was attacked by these blood-colored plants. However, these blood-colored plants were too weak compared to the divine blood demons. Just the sword god clone alone could deal with a large area. The 5 element sword servants were the nemesis of these blood-colored plants, burning an entire area. In the beginning, Yi Xian did not encounter anything, so he let the old tree, Black Horn, and the others out to explore. The 5 element sect's ancestor followed behind Yi Xian and acted according to Yi Xian's instructions. Just like that, 3 days passed. In the first 3 days, they were only at the edge of the Scarlet Forest. From now on, they might encounter sacred blood demons. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to meet the Sacred Blood Demon King the most, because he had a trump card that was enough to kill a Sacred Blood Demon King. Both the Divine Blood Demons and the Divine Blood Demon King were mutated from the blood of a false god. According to the great ancestor of the 5 elements, the Divine Blood Demons did not have intelligence and fought with brute force. Therefore, if Yi Xian encountered a Divine Blood Demon King, he might be able to kill him instantly with the Divine Sword spell. However, with Yi Xian's current level, he might not even have a chance to attack before he was beaten up like a sandbag by the Sacred Blood Demon King. Right at this moment. Young master, here. Old Tree suddenly shouted. In the next moment, Yi Xian tore through the void and arrived beside the old tree. When Yi Xian landed, he saw a corpse in front of him. The head of the corpse had been cut off by a sharp weapon. It was already dead. However, the interspatial ring on its body was not taken away. It seemed that it was killed by a sacred blood demon. Hey, this corpse is still warm. It hasn't been long since it died. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This meant that the sacred blood demon was nearby. Whatever, let's collect it first. Yi Xian was shocked just now, so he forgot about the important thing, which was to collect the corpse. But in the next moment, he frowned. Ding! Unable to collect. The system suddenly notified him. Unable to collect. What was going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. If it was an item that could not be collected, it would make sense. After all, there was the forbidden array. However, it was very rare for a corpse to be unable to be collected. Since the corpse could not be collected into the devour space, Yi Xian would not collect it. He would only collect the interspatial ring. However, the interspatial ring was on this corpse, so Yi Xian had to take it off. However, when he got closer, whoosh! Suddenly, a large amount of blood gushed out of the corpse. Then, it instantly condensed into a form and charged toward Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian was very surprised. Before he could react, the bloody figure was in front of him. It extended a scythe and slashed at the neck of the sword god clone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword god clone was sent flying. Fortunately, he had an invincible body. Otherwise, even a half-step dominator would have died on the spot. Now, Yi Xian finally understood what this thing was. It turned out to be the sacred blood demon that the Five Elements sect patriarch had mentioned. Old man, why didn't you say that sacred blood demons can possess corpses? Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice. What? I didn't know that, the Five Elements sect patriarch replied in shock. He had come in alone before and had only encountered sacred blood demons alone. He had not encountered any corpses. However, it was only recently that sacred blood demons could possess corpses. At this time, the sword god clone, who had been sent flying, saw that the sacred blood demon had 3 drops of blood. This meant that it was only an early first-rank sacred blood demon. Ding! Flame-devouring unicorn has died. As the sword god clone was sent flying, the old tree was killed by the mantis-like sacred blood demon. Next, the sacred blood demon charged at Yi Xian. Tsk tisk. Yi Xian's lips curled. He released the old tree again to collect the corpse. This corpse was also a half-step dominator when it was alive. A half-step dominator had already fused their 99 fates with their Tao fruits to form a Tao heart. Thus, they did not have an eternal fate stone in their body. However, as a half-step dominator, how could they not have an eternal fate stone in their ring? Yi Xian immediately devoured the eternal fate stone. Although he did not break through, he did improve by quite a bit. However, he was still no match for this sacred blood demon. Sacred blood demons were also divided by strength. 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood was the weakest, followed by 2 drops, then 3 drops. The divine blood demon in front of Yi Xian was a divine blood demon formed from 3 drops of fake divine blood. Its strength was extraordinary. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the Five Elements patriarch finally arrived. He attacked with all his strength and fought the sacred blood demon. However, this battle was a bit different from what Yi Xian had expected. Old man, didn't you say sacred blood demons couldn't dodge? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Bastard, these sacred blood demons must be gaining intelligence. Roared the Five Elements patriarch. The sacred blood demons he'd encountered before were indeed clumsy and unable to dodge. However, today, he'd encountered a sacred blood demon that was like a wild beast. This meant that sacred blood demons were harder to deal with than before. Fortunately, the Five Elements patriarch had already refined 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Together with the power of the 5 elements, he was stronger. Chapter 2074. As the divine blood demon was destroyed, the 3 drops of fake divine blood in its body also appeared. Seeing this, the patriarch of the 5 elements quickly wrapped 1 drop with his saint power. Yi Xian was also prepared. When the divine blood demon died, he quickly came over and collected it. Ding! Unable to collect. Unfortunately, the other 2 drops of fake divine blood could not be collected. Before the system's notification ended, they turned into a cloud of blood mist and flew north. Yi Xian originally wanted to use the devouring system to refine the fake divine blood, but now it seemed that it would not work. If he wanted to refine the fake divine blood, he would have to wrap it with his saint power like the patriarch of the 5 elements had done to prevent it from dissipating. However, Yi Xian was only a level 7 eternal emperor and could not do that for the time being. At this time, the patriarch of the 5 elements was refining the fake divine blood. Looking at his back, Yi Xian could not help but have a thought. This old guy is refining the fake divine blood. If I use the divine sword technique now, I might be able to kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the patriarch of the 5 elements was quite strong and could defeat the divine blood demon. If he used the divine sword technique to kill him, he would have 1 less fighter and 1 less cooldown time for the divine sword technique. Of course, if the sneak attack failed, this cooperation might be over. After thinking about it, Yi Xian decided to take a look first. More than an hour later. Phew! Finally done. The patriarch of the 5 elements breathed a sigh of relief and put the drop of fake divine blood into his interspatial ring. In fact, while refining the fake divine blood, he was also vigilant of his surroundings. This was because they were in the Scarlet Forest. If another divine blood demon appeared, it would be very dangerous. At that time, this drop of fake divine blood would dissipate between heaven and earth like the previous 2 drops. Old guy, it was a pleasure to work with you for the first time. However, shouldn't you give me this drop of fake divine blood as a token of appreciation? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said. Humph. Although you found the divine blood demon, without me, do you think you can kill it? Moreover, this drop of divine blood demon was refined by me, so it should be given to me first. The 5 elements sect's great ancestor coldly snorted. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He shrugged and said, if that's the case, I'll give you this drop of pseudo-divine blood. At the same time, our cooperation ends here. You! Patriarch 5 elements was shocked. He did not expect Yi Xian to threaten him with this matter. Don't push your luck. I'm someone who has entered the Scarlet Forest. Even without you, I can still obtain the pseudo-divine blood, said the 5 elements sect's old ancestor. What a joke. The value of a single drop of pseudo-divine blood was something that even the entire Tao of 5 elements could not compare to. How was it possible for him to give the pseudo-god blood to Yi Xian? Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he broke through the void and prepared to leave. If the first cooperation was not pleasant, then there was no need for cooperation. What if the 5 stars grand ancestor refined another drop and still refused to give it to him? If that was the case, it would be better for him to leave as soon as possible so that he would not draw his sword and kill the grand ancestor in a fit of anger. Patriarch 5 elements sect's old ancestor was stunned when he saw that Yi Xian really intended to leave. After thinking quickly in his heart for a moment, he shouted, wait. What's wrong? Yi Xian turned around and said. Boy, the pseudo-divine blood is good stuff. Don't lose it. Patriarch 5 elements sect's old ancestor finally decided to compromise and threw a drop of pseudo-divine blood to Yi Xian. However, this drop of pseudo-divine blood was not the same one that had just been refined. The 5 elements sect's old ancestor had obtained this drop many years ago and used the 5 element stone to open up the 5 elements vein. Therefore, the energy contained in this drop was much less than the one that had just been refined. Yi Xian also noticed this, but he did not say anything and just kept the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Happy cooperation, Yi Xian said with a smile. In fact, he was not playing hard to get just now. He really wanted to leave. If he left, he could just go back and level up. As long as he broke through to the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm, he might be able to establish a foothold in the Scarlet Forest. However, it was best that the 5 element sect's old ancestor could compromise because it would save him a lot of time. Ding! The host has devoured a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian did not hesitate and devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Yes, he devoured it. This drop of pseudo-divine blood was devoured by the divine devouring system and turned into a large number of divine devouring crystals. Only after condensing a Tao heart and breaking through to the half-step sovereign realm could one use the pseudo-divine blood to break through to the first-grade half-step sovereign realm. Therefore, this drop of fake divine blood was of no use to Yi Xian's cultivation. However, after he exchanged it for divine devouring crystals, he could do a lot of things. I didn't expect to have so many divine devouring crystals. This is great. Yi Xian was overjoyed. There were many things that could be exchanged for in the divine devouring system, such as divine pills and miraculous medicines. However, these were not very useful to Yi Xian at the moment. Therefore, Yi Xian exchanged all the divine devouring crystals for 5 elements divine stones and used them to strengthen the 5-element swordsman. Ding! The 5-element swordsmen have been successfully strengthened. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The 5-element swordsmen were currently Yi Xian's strongest swordsmen. After being strengthened, their strength had increased by more than 3 times. After all, that was a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian immediately asked the 5-element swordsmen to spar with Old Tree and the others in the devouring system. In the end, the 5-element swordsmen easily killed Old Tree, Black Horn, and the undead swordsman. Even with the help of the black gold swordsman, the result was the same. Strong, they were simply too strong. If I can get a few more drops of pseudo-divine blood, my strength might be close to that of the 5-element sect's old ancestor. Then, I won't need to cooperate with him. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he separated from the 5-element sect's old ancestor and continued to explore. He kept all the corpses he encountered in the devouring system. These were all half-step sovereigns' corpses. However, these corpses' cultivation levels were not high, and there was no divine blood in their interspatial rings. On the 7th day, Yi Xian encountered another strange corpse. Without another word, Yi Xian went up to probe. As expected, there was a divine blood yao hiding in the corpse. Bang! The sword god's clone was sent flying, but at the same time, he released the Old Tree, who happened to be right next to the corpse. Keep. The corpse was kept in the Old Tree's devouring system. Hey, there's a drop of pseudo-divine blood. What a haul. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Not only did he obtain the Eternal Destiny Stone, but he also obtained a drop of pseudo-divine blood. Awesome! He immediately devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood and exchanged it for 5 elements divine stones to strengthen the 5 elements divine servants. Chapter 2075. Sacred Blood Demon. I don't believe I can't kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he turned Megatron into the Beast God Bell. As soon as the Beast God Bell appeared, Sacred Blood Demon's strength decreased by 80%. Sacred Blood Demon was not human, so the Sword God's constitution was useless against him. However, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, the Beast God Bell could suppress 80% of his strength. In an instant, Sacred Blood Demon's speed was greatly reduced. Then, Old Tree and the others attacked together. The 5-element sect's grand ancestor must have heard the commotion. Quickly finish him off. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This time, he decided to use the divine sword technique. However, Sacred Blood Demon's strength was not bad. Facing the besiegement, he was still at ease. He even killed Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, and Immortal Swordsman. Boom! At this time, Sacred Blood Demon sent the 5-element swordsman flying with a sickle. Fortunately, the 5-element swordsman used the power of 5 elements to neutralize most of the attack. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Sacred Blood Demon like Old Tree and the others. Whoosh! Seeing that the five-element swordsman was still alive, Sacred Blood Demon immediately rushed up, ready to kill him. At this time, Divine Sword Technique. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and directly used his trump card. A divine sword slashed down on the five-element swordsman's head. Just then, Sacred Blood Demon rushed in front of the five-element swordsman. Rip! This slash split Sacred Blood Demon and the five-element swordsman in half. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly devoured the Eternal Emperor weapons to recover the cooldown of the Divine Sword Technique. Then, he devoured the Eternal Destiny Stone. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now an 8th grade Eternal Emperor. He had directly broken through to the peak of the 8th grade Eternal Emperor realm. He was only one step away from the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's speed increased a lot. Before the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood appeared, he rushed over. He quickly wrapped 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood with Saint Power and then refined it with the Divine Devouring system. As for the other 2 drops of fake divine blood, they had already dissipated into the air. They turned into 2 wisps of bloody mist and flew into the distance. Ding! Quasi-divine blood has been successfully refined. The system prompted. Huff, huff, with my current level, it's a bit of a stretch to wrap the fake god blood with the Saint Power. Fortunately, my recovery speed is very fast. Otherwise, the fake god blood would have burst out of the Saint Power in the next moment. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was only a rank 8 Eternal Emperor. Being able to use his Saint Power to envelop the pseudo-divine blood for a short period of time was already quite impressive. The reason the 5 Elements Patriarch was able to hold on for more than an hour was because he was a half-step ruler and had refined 5 drops of pseudo-divine blood. How could Yi Xian compare to him? The source of Yi Xian's strength was not the sacred power, but the bloodline. Another Sacred Blood Demon. After Yi Xian finished cleaning up, the 5-element sect's old ancestor asked. No, it's just a powerful blood-colored plant, Yi Xian replied. Now, he already had the strength to kill a Sacred Blood Demon, but he had to rely on the Divine Sword Technique. Right now, the Divine Sword Technique only had 1 cooldown time left, so he still needed the 5-element sect's old ancestor. Continue. Yi Xian began to hurry on his way. He was thinking that it would be best to find some more corpses. This way, he might be able to pile up another cooldown time for the Divine Sword Technique. In addition, he had also reached the peak of rank 8 Eternal Emperor. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor. At that time, he might have the strength to fight a Sacred Blood Demon. Following that, Yi Xian explored for another 4 or 5 days. Unfortunately, he only found a corpse along the way, and there was nothing there. According to Yi Xian's analysis, this corpse was not killed by the Sacred Blood Demon, but by a sneak attack by his own people. What a pity, what a pity. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. If this corpse was killed by the Sacred Blood Demon, then he might be able to break through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor. However, there would always be opportunities. There was no hurry. Sure enough, on the 2nd day after he continued to move forward, there was a loud rumbling sound in front of him. This was because someone was fighting. In the Scarlet Forest, the only people who could fight were those who had differences of opinion or those who fought with Sacred Blood Demons. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he saw 2 figures fighting with a Sacred Blood Demon. These 2 were only rank 1/2 sovereigns, but that Sacred Blood Demon was mutated from 6 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Its strength was very strong. Tisk, TSK, I'm going to be a fisherman again. Yi Xian grinned and watched quietly. The 2 rank 1/2 sovereigns had already seen Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was only in rank 8 Eternal Emperor. It was already a miracle that he did not die in the Scarlet Forest. How could they expect him to help? Rip. Rip. Soon, the two men died one by one under the scythe of the sacred blood demon. Then, the sacred blood demon's blood-red eyes fell on Yi Xian. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly appeared. The sacred blood demon charged toward Yi Xian. Ha, it's mine. Yi Xian laughed and quickly released Old Tree and the others to put away the two corpses. The things in the interspatial ring were enough to restore the divine sword technique once. It was also enough for him to break through to rank 9 Eternal Emperor, or even rank 99 Heaven's Mandate, which was the peak of rank 9 Eternal Emperor. Immediately, he ordered the 5-element swordsmen to block the sacred blood demon. Divine sword technique. Yi Xian was ready to repeat the scene of that day and kill the sacred blood demon and the 5-element swordsmen together. However, this sacred blood demon was much stronger than the previous one. The divine sword technique fell and only killed the 5-element swordsman, while the sacred blood demon only lost one of its arms. F***ck, I wasted one time. Yi Xian cursed and quickly used the items to restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Then, he broke through again. Ding! The host's current fate ranking is rank 99. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. Ding! The host can choose to devour a drop of pseudo-divine blood to break through to rank 1/2 Sovereign. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. For others, even after reaching rank 99, they would need to fuse their Tao fruit with their Tao heart to form a Tao heart. Once the Tao heart was formed, they would be a 1/2 Sovereign. However, they could only be considered a 1/2 Sovereign. Only by refining a drop of pseudo-divine blood could they be considered a rank 1/2 Sovereign. Unexpectedly, the divine devouring system helped Yi Xian skip this step. As long as he devoured a drop of pseudo-divine blood at rank 99, he could break through to rank 1/2 Sovereign. Yi Xian immediately devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood. Chapter 2076. Ding! Host has refined a drop of pseudo-divine blood and formed a Tao heart. Host has broken through to first stage half-step Sovereign. As the system notification sounded out, Yi Xian felt as if the environment within his body had undergone a tremendous change. His strength had increased by at least 20 times. Divine blood demon, right? Yi Xian suddenly laughed 3 times. He released Old Shu and Black Horn, who had also broken through to the half-step ruler level. In addition, there was also the Black Gold Sword Attendant and the Undying Sword Attendant. As for the 5-element sword servants, they had been killed by his divine sword art and could only be released the next day. Boom! Now that everyone had broken through to the first stage half-step Sovereign realm, their offensive prowess had skyrocketed. Everyone attacked at the same time, directly killing the divine blood demon. This time, Yi Xian did not even summon Wei Zhentian, so this divine blood demon was almost at its peak. From Eternal Emperor to half-step Sovereign, it's really a leap. Now, I have the ability to establish myself in the Scarlet Forest. Even if I don't use the divine sword art, I can still obtain the pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This meant that he did not need to work with the 5-element sect patriarch anymore. However, he did not get too excited. He had more important things to do. Whoosh! After the divine blood demon transformed from 6 drops of fake god blood died, the fake god blood in his body appeared. Yi Xian had already rushed to its side and wrapped the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood with his saint power. The 5-element sect patriarch could also wrap the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood, but he could not refine all 3 at the same time. If he did so, he might not be able to refine even 1 drop. After all, it would take him more than an hour to do so. However, Yi Xian was different. After wrapping the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood, he immediately used the divine devouring system to refine them. The refining speed was much faster than the five-element sect patriarchs. Just as Yi Xian's saint power was about to run out, the 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood were successfully refined. Even second-stage half-step sovereigns could not refine 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood in one go. 3 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Awesome! Yi Xian grinned and swallowed the 3 drops of faux god blood. However, after swallowing the 3 drops of fake god blood, his strength did not increase much. That's strange. I've already refined 4 drops of pseudo-divine blood, which is only slightly less than the 5 drops from the 5-element sect's old ancestor. Why? Yi Xian took a closer look and was immediately shocked. What the hell? Others would need 99 drops of quasi-divine blood to break through from rank 1 half-step sovereign to peak rank 9 half-step sovereign. As for him, he actually needed 999 drops. The amount of fake god blood he needed was actually 10 times more than the others. What the F***CK? The amount of fake god blood I need is 10 times more than the others. But fortunately, it would take years for others to refine a drop of fake god blood, but I only need a moment. Yi Xian reacted quickly. He had the divine devouring system. As long as he had enough quasi-divine blood, he could quickly break through to become a rank 9 undying dominator. Or even a false god. The 5-element sect's old ancestor, who was following behind Yi Xian, heard the battle and immediately asked. No, I didn't encounter any divine blood demons, but you can come over. Yi Xian said to the 5-element sect's old ancestor. Not long after, the 5-element sect's old ancestor came over and looked at Yi Xian. However, in the next moment, he turned pale with fright. Half-step sovereign. The 5-element sect's old ancestor was shocked. When he first brought Yi Xian to the Scarlet Forest, Yi Xian was only a rank 8 eternal emperor. Now, he had actually broken through to become a half-step sovereign. How was this possible? Old man, I said at that time that I would be able to cure you in less than a month. You thought I was exaggerating, but now, do you still think so? Yi Xian revealed a smile. The 5-element sect's old ancestor swallowed his saliva. This was simply inconceivable. However, this was the truth because Yi Xian was standing in front of him. Don't think that you can fight me like this. The 5-element sect's old ancestor snorted. We'll know after we try, but I'm sure that you'll pay the price in blood. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he released the 5-element sword attendants. All of them were half-step sovereigns. This time, the 5-element sect's old ancestor was shocked. Even with his strength, he could not cause any harm to Yi Xian. Now that he was facing so many half-step sovereigns, how could he? Go! The 5-element sect's old ancestor made a prompt decision and turned to leave. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was 1 step faster and flashed behind him. By the time he turned around, Yi Xian had already made his move. Rip! A sword light flashed, and the 5-element sect's old ancestor's head flew into the air. Dead! After he died, Yi Xian put away his corpse and muttered, Since you told me this secret, I won't let you die in vain. In the future, I will revive you so that you can continue to live in the devouring space. After saying this, he devoured the drop of pseudo-divine blood in the 5-element sect's old ancestor's yin and yang ring. His strength had undergone a slight change again. Other first-stage half-step sovereigns only needed to refine 11 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian, on the other hand, could refine 111 drops. Therefore, a single drop of pseudo-divine blood had little effect on him. However, he had a devouring ability that others did not have. He immediately continued to move. In the following days, he continued to travel through the Scarlet Forest. The old tree, black horn, black gold sword attendants, undying sword attendants, and 5-element sword attendants could all take charge of collecting pseudo-divine blood for Yi Xian. In a short few days, Yi Xian had collected more than 100 drops of pseudo-divine blood. After devouring all of them, he reached second stage half-step sovereign realm. Of course, this was all thanks to the divine-grade devouring system's refining speed. Otherwise, he could only refine 1 drop of pseudo-divine blood at a time. After breaking through to second stage half-step sovereign realm, the refining speed has increased by quite a bit. However, the amount of pseudo-divine blood required is still the same. My breakthrough speed is probably much faster than before. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Others would find it harder and harder to refine pseudo-divine blood. Although he needed 10 times as much pseudo-divine blood, devouring it was equivalent to refining it. Therefore, he did not need to worry about this problem. Simply put, the half-step sovereign realm was more difficult at the beginning, but it would get easier and easier as he progressed. Just like this, another 2 days passed. Yi Xian relied on his extraordinary methods to hunt down a large number of divine blood demons. After devouring the pseudo-divine blood he obtained, he broke through to third stage half-step sovereign realm. At this time, he was wondering if he should let his main body enter and hunt the divine blood demons. However, this was just a thought. His main body was different from the sword god clone. He could die. The divine blood demons in this blood forest relied on physical attacks. Even with the void spirit divine armor and black gold divine armor, he would still be in danger. Therefore, it was better to wait outside. Chapter 2077. Right now, Yi Xian could already kill more than 30 drops of pseudo-divine blood that had mutated into divine blood demons. However, he could only refine less than 10 of these drops at once. Therefore, he might as well go and kill about 10 drops of divine blood demons. That would be faster. However, that was what most people thought. They were also pacing around the periphery of the blood forest. However, Yi Xian's favorite wasn't hunting divine blood demons, but humans. This was because they more or less had pseudo-divine blood in their interspatial rings. One had to admit that the blood forest was very famous. Many half-step dominators had entered. It just so happened that these people benefited Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's current strength, he could even fight a rank 5 half-step dominator. In the periphery, he was the heavens. Not a single person who was seen by him was spared. Soon, he broke through to rank 5 half-step dominator. Right now, he had refined more than 560 drops of divine blood. This amount of pseudo-divine blood was enough for 5 people to break through to the dominator realm. Of course, while pseudo-divine blood was easy to obtain, refining it wasn't. Even if one had a large amount of pseudo-divine blood, it would be useless if they couldn't refine it. RIP. Somewhere in the blood forest, Yi Xian finished off an unlucky rank 3 half-step dominator with a single slash. Then, he checked it. TCH, only 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and then started to devour. Right now, he had devoured nearly 600 drops of pseudo-divine blood. If he worked harder, he could break through to rank 6 half-step dominator. At that time, he would go to the blood forest to take a look and see what that divine blood demon king looked like. However, right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the horizon. Yi Xian listened carefully and found that the scale of the battle wasn't small. It was probably a group battle. He didn't know if it was human versus human, or human versus divine blood demons. In any case, Yi Xian liked this kind of battle. Immediately, he rushed toward the source of the sound. After a short while, he saw nearly 20 figures fighting. Half of them were humans, and their cultivation was around rank 4 or 5 half-step sovereigns. One of them was a rank 6 half-step sovereign. On the other side, it was the divine blood demon. However, among these divine blood demons, there was a very special divine blood demon. I will stall the divine blood devil. You guys finish him quickly. The rank 6 half-step ruler roared furiously. Hearing this, Yi Xian took a closer look and found that there were more than 70 drops of pseudo-divine blood in the large sacred blood demon. A rank 7 dominator rank divine blood demon. No, not a divine blood demon, but a divine blood demon general. This was also the strongest person Yi Xian had seen since entering the Scarlet Forest. This battle was extremely intense. The figures of both sides flashed, causing Yi Xian's eyes to be dazzled. However, he only watched for a while before he knew the outcome of this battle. The humans were probably going to be wiped out. At this time, several divine blood demons had already killed their opponents. The originally evenly matched battle was instantly broken with the deaths of these few people. Yi Xian watched from afar. He had only met by chance, so there was no need for him to save them. One had to know that he was also a hunter. Asking him to be a savior, what kind of joke was that? What he needed to do was wait for these humans to die before he made a move. Simply put, he was waiting to reap the benefits. However, things were not that simple. Swish! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Yi Xian took a closer look and found that the rank 6 half-step sovereign was still no match for the rank 7 divine blood devil general and had been killed. Once he died, the others were a motley crew that was instantly killed by the divine blood devil general. The ground was littered with corpses. The divine blood devil general glanced at the blood-red eyes, then transformed into a beam of bloody light that shot into the body of the rank 6 half-step sovereign. In the next instant, it shot out again. However, when it left that corpse, it had already turned into a dried corpse. Then, it used the same method to suck the blood out of all the corpses. When it reappeared, Yi Xian saw that there was actually one more drop of pseudo-divine blood in its body. Heavens, this divine blood devil general absorbed the blood of humans and condensed pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in shock. What was going on? However, he could not be bothered to care so much and directly shot out. Beast God Clock, suppress. Yi Xian quickly summoned Wei Zhentian. Instantly, these divine blood devils and the divine blood devil general had 80% of their strength suppressed. Whoosh! 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 Old Tree and the others instantly charged out. As for the Sword God clone, it had already flashed behind the divine blood devil general. Puchi! In an instant, a powerful attack killed the divine blood devil general that was only a rank 7 half-step sovereign. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that of the 78 drops of fake divine blood in the divine blood demon general's body, other than the 10 drops that Yi Xian had wrapped around with his saint energy, only 50 drops had dissipated. The rest were actually still in the divine blood demon general's body. Ding! Refining successful. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He was a little surprised. He forced the pseudo-divine blood out of the divine blood devil general's body and then collected it. Could this pseudo-divine blood be condensed from the blood of humans that the divine blood devil general absorbed? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not think too deeply about it and directly swallowed the pseudo-divine blood. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a rank 6 half-step sovereign. Yi Xian's realm increased again. In fact, there was no need for him to stay in the Scarlet Forest any longer. At his level, there were many pseudo-divine blood. The difficult part was refining it. However, he wanted to see the divine blood devil king. Moreover, this was the place where the pseudo-divine had fallen. Perhaps there would be some unexpected fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, why would those who did not lack the pseudo-divine blood enter the Scarlet Forest? Wasn't it for the inheritance of the pseudo-divine? Next, he killed the divine blood devil immortal beasts one by one to refine the pseudo-divine blood. Each of them gave him more than 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood. This time, he had really profited. In just one trip, he had obtained a lot of pseudo-divine blood. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw the pseudo-divine blood dissipate into wisps of blood mist and drift into the distance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He decided to follow and see. However, the blood mist drifted very quickly. Even the saint power could not stop it. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Xian continued to move north. Along the way, he encountered some pseudo-divine blood and harvested all of it. Now that he was a rank 6 half-step sovereign, he could refine more than 10 drops of pseudo-divine blood in one go. Chapter 2078. However, just as Yi Xian was about to break through the 800 mark, he sensed a thick scent of blood in front of him. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Using the Eye of Revelation, he discovered that there were more than 100 divine blood demons. I've struck gold. His eyes lit up. There were so many divine blood demons. If he could kill them one by one, it would be a huge fortune. Immediately, he had the old tree move out and lure the divine blood demons. As expected, with such a large group, if there was any disturbance in the surroundings, they would naturally not attack together. The first time, he had only lured 3 divine blood demons. Yi Xian killed the 3 divine blood demons and extracted 40 drops of divine blood. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 half-step ruler. One needed 111 drops of divine blood to break through once. If Yi Xian could kill all these divine blood demons, he could at least break through to the ruler realm. Next, he had the old tree lure a few more divine blood demons over and kill them. The third time, and a few more times. After the third time, he had broken through to rank 8 half-step ruler realm. With 10 more divine blood demons, he could break through to rank 9 half-step ruler realm. However, at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded in Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head and saw a scarlet scythe slashing toward him. Poof! The scarlet scythe slashed the sword god clone's neck. The powerful force instantly sent him flying. A ruler realm divine blood demon. Yi Xian sensed it and was frightened. Those divine blood demons were at most rank 8 half-step rulers, but now, he actually saw a ruler realm divine blood demon. No, this was not a divine blood demon, nor was it a divine blood demon general. It was a divine blood demon king. This was because Yi Xian could not see through this divine blood demon. Who knew how many drops of divine blood there were inside? If this was not a divine blood demon king, what could it be? Hiss! Hiss! Seeing that its scythe had not killed Yi Xian, the divine blood demon king's eyes darted around. Once again, it turned into a bloody blur and slashed at the sword god clone's neck. This attack still did not injure the sword god clone. I finally met you. Die! The corners of the sword god avatar's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately released Old Shu and the others. Kill! However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Old Shu, Black Horn, the black gold sword attendant, and the undying sword attendant were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this divine blood demon king. In the blink of an eye, they were completely annihilated. Even the 5 element sword attendants were instantly killed. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He didn't know what realm this divine blood demon king had reached. 2. Of. Bang! 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 In the following battle, the sword god clone was in a passive position. He could not fight back at all. In the distance, the divine blood demons and divine blood demon generals were watching because their king was dealing with the enemy. However, no matter how strong this divine blood demon king was, it could not hurt the sword god clone at all. At this time, the divine blood demon king's eyes darted around. It turned into a bloody light and left, flashing into the middle of the group of divine blood demons and divine blood demon generals. The next moment, Yi Xian saw the bodies of these divine blood demons explode. The divine blood demon king's body instantly merged with the divine blood demon king's body. The divine blood demon king was absorbing other divine blood demons to increase its strength. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. This divine blood demon king had probably gained sentience. That was why it knew how to absorb its own kind to strengthen itself. After absorbing so much divine blood, the divine blood demon king's strength increased several times. It immediately charged at the sword god clone. Unfortunately, it still could not hurt the sword god clone. Too scary. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He was hesitating whether to use the divine sword technique or not. However, this divine blood demon king was much faster than him. After absorbing the other divine blood demons, its speed was so fast that even he could not catch up to it. It would be a waste to use the divine sword technique. Besides, even if the divine sword technique killed this divine blood demon king, it could only extract a dozen drops of divine blood at most. It was not worth it. Humph, I won't waste time with you. Let's go. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was ready to take the sword god clone away. However, at this time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Kill the divine blood demon king in the bloody forest. A random mission was actually triggered at this time. Kill my ass. Let's go. The next moment, the divine blood demon king lost its target because the sword god clone was taken back by Yi Xian. At this time, somewhere outside the bloody forest, that divine blood demon king has already gained sentience. It knows how to let other divine blood demons kill humans to gather divine blood demon king's blood, and then absorb the divine blood demons to increase its strength. It looks like it won't be easy to deal with. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky. Soon, the bloody forest would probably become hell. Anyone who saw the divine blood demon king would probably not be able to survive. That divine blood demon king is hunting others. I just need to avoid it. I want to see if you can increase your strength faster than me. Yi Xian thought to himself. He broke through the void and entered the bloody forest again. In the following time, he continued to wander the bloody forest and hunt divine blood demons. In less than a day, he broke through to the 9th stage half-step sovereign realm. He was only one step away from the sovereign realm. He turned his head and looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky. He wondered what realm the divine blood demon king was at now. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to search for divine blood demons. Another day passed. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a first-stage sovereign realm. Finally, Yi Xian broke through to the sovereign realm. However, when he was a half-step sovereign, he needed 111 drops of false god blood to advance one level. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, he needed 11 drops of false god blood to advance one level. Therefore, his breakthrough speed slowed down again. Now that you've broken through to the sovereign realm, let me go and meet you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed toward the scarlet kill character. Previously, he had only encountered a 9th stage half-step sovereign realm human in the bloody forest. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, he could practically call himself the king of the bloody forest. Of course, he did not know how many divine blood demons the divine blood demon king had absorbed or what realm it had reached. However, the sword god's clone was immortal. So what if he met it? The divine blood demon king's movements were irregular, but Yi Xian moved in a straight line. He estimated that he could probably fight that divine blood demon king. Chapter 2079. It took 3 whole days to catch up to the divine blood beast king. In these 3 days, Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through from early stage to middle stage. The amount of false god blood in his body had already reached 1,600 drops. After being strengthened by the false god blood, his body was as hard as a rock. Even if he didn't use the Void Spirit godly armor and the Black Gold godly armor, he would probably be able to withstand the attacks of a half-step Dominator level Divine Blood Beast King. At this time, Yi Xian estimated the distance. In about a minute, he would be able to come into contact with the Divine Blood Beast King. A minute later, Yi Xian finally caught up to the Divine Blood Beast King. At this time, the two were looking at each other. Hiss. The Divine Blood Beast King's body was made of blood. The sound of flowing blood was like that of a venomous snake. It had already unlocked its intelligence, so it recognized Yi Xian. Back then, it didn't kill Yi Xian and let Yi Xian escape. Today, Yi Xian took the initiative to come to him. Just nice. Yi Xian also looked at the Divine Blood Beast King. He discovered that the Divine Blood Beast King's body had grown by at least half. It seemed that its strength had also increased by a lot. Kill. At this time, Yi Xian released the old tree and black horn. They attacked the Divine Blood Beast King from 3 directions. Xiao. The Divine Blood Beast King moved at the same time. It first dealt with the old tree, then black horn. Then, it slashed at Yi Xian's neck with its scythe. Unfortunately, it didn't hit Yi Xian's main body, but the sword god clone. So strong. Its attack power is at least at the level of a 5th stage Dominator. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. He was only a 1st stage Dominator now, but the Divine Blood Beast King was already a 5th stage Dominator. Wasn't this speed of improvement a bit too fast? After all, Yi Xian only leveled up so fast because of the god-level devouring system. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. Fight! Rumble! The Sword God's avatar kept summoning the old tree and black horn to fight the Divine Blood Demon King. As for the Black Gold Sword Servants, the Immortal Sword Servants, and the 5-element Sword Servants, Yi Xian kept them on standby, waiting for the right opportunity because they had cooldowns after death. The battle was extremely intense. Although Yi Xian had broken through to become a rank 1 sovereign, his strength was still far from that of a Divine Blood Beast King. Even with the help of the old tree and black horn, he still couldn't make up for the difference. I have a trump card. Yi Xian immediately summoned the Black Gold Sword Servants, Undying Sword Servants, and 5-element Sword Servants. Then, together with the old tree and Black Cove, they would launch a 6-sided pincer attack. Swish! The Holy Blood Demon King was not afraid at all. He rushed toward the nearest Black Gold Sword Servant. Yi Xian took the opportunity to summon Wei Zhentian. Beast God Clock, suppress him. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian turned into the Beast God Bell. The next moment, the Demon King of Divine Blood, who had just arrived in front of the Black Gold Swordsman and was about to raise its scythe to attack, was greatly slowed down. Divine Sword Technique. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He took out the Sky Splitter Divine Sword and slashed down. He had tried and tested this move many times. Whether it was the Divine Blood Demon, the Divine Blood Demon General, or the Divine Blood Demon King in front of him, they all fought in close combat. However, he had underestimated the Divine Blood Demon King's strength. The Divine Sword Technique slashed down and hit the Black Gold Sword Servants, but not the Divine Blood Demon King. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that the Divine Blood Demon King suddenly increased its speed when it was about to be hit by the Sky Splitter Divine Sword. It seemed that the Divine Blood Demon King was also holding back. In the battle just now, it hadn't used its full strength. Therefore, the Sky Splitter Divine Sword missed. However, how could Yi Xian not have a backup plan? Swish! There were already many attacks on the Divine Blood Demon King's path of retreat. Among them, the five-element sword servant's attacks were the most powerful. With a muffled sound, the divine blood demon king's bloody body was split in half by the five-element sword servant's attacks. It hit. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had hit a divine blood demon king. Although the divine sword technique did not hit, it was already very good that it could injure the divine blood demon king. The divine blood demon king was split in half by the five-element sword servant's attacks. The pseudo-divine blood in its body was also split in half. However, after that, Yi Xian was a bit surprised. He saw that the two halves of the divine blood demon king's body actually reformed with a swish. Now, there were two divine blood demon kings. Of course, the divine blood in its body was split in half. Not dead. Again. Yi Xian immediately ordered an attack. The divine blood demon king was suppressed by the beast god Bel and injured by the five-element sword servants. It had to split, so its strength naturally decreased. Under the attacks of Yi Xian and the others, its two bloody bodies split again into more than 10. Damn, are you an earthworm? Yi Xian was helpless. However, he did not believe that the divine blood demon king was immortal, so he continued to attack. Soon, this divine blood demon king had split into more than 100. This was not the point. The point was that these 100 divine blood demon kings actually started to merge. In the blink of an eye, 4 of them had merged. Still want to recover? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He quickly attacked and split the divine blood demon king into countless parts again. However, this time, the divine blood demon kings did not merge again. Instead, they scattered. More than 100 divine blood demon kings scattered like waves, fleeing in all directions. Damn, what should I do? Yi Xian was helpless. He did not know which one to chase. Even the death warrant had disappeared after the sacred blood demon king split up. Helpless, Yi Xian did not care too much. He ordered Old Tree and the others to attack. More than 100 divine blood demon kings multiplied until there were almost 1,000 of them. Every divine blood demon king had a drop of pseudo-god blood in them. Furthermore, their vitality was much stronger than ordinary divine blood demons. In the end, Yi Xian only killed 100 divine blood demon kings and obtained 100 drops of pseudo-god blood. So difficult to deal with. Yi Xian could not help but sigh inwardly. If he had been a rank 2 sovereign just now, he should have been able to kill all the divine blood demon kings. Unfortunately, he was only a rank 1 sovereign. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for underestimating his enemy. He should have broken through again. However, now that he had broken through to rank 1 sovereign, he would need more than 500 drops of pseudo-god blood to level up. This was not a small number. He would need at least 1 or 2 days. Don't forget that Yi Xian was currently doing a random mission. The longer he took, the lower the reward. Chase. Yi Xian did not care too much. He decided to chase after the divine blood demon kings and kill as many as he could. However, when these sacred blood lesser demon kings met other sacred blood demons and sacred blood demon generals, they could fuse with them and grow. After that, they would gather together again. The divine blood demon kings were reborn again. Ding! The target of the death warrant has reappeared. Chapter 2080. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly looked around. Indeed, he found a scarlet kill in the sky. At that moment, he immediately charged over. However, he felt that the divine blood beast king's speed had increased significantly this time. It seemed that it had absorbed another divine blood beast king. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that when Yi Xian was halfway there, he discovered that the divine blood beast king had actually left the blood forest. It left? Yi Xian was somewhat shocked, but he didn't think much of it and immediately pursued. Unfortunately, the divine blood beast king was faster than him, and the distance between the two kept increasing. Yi Xian chased fiercely for 3 days, but was left behind for at least 2 days. However, on the 7th day, the divine blood beast king finally stopped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly caught up and shortened the distance. Finally, he arrived at a large city. Strange, this divine blood beast king can actually enter the city. Yi Xian was somewhat surprised, but he also entered the large city. He followed the death hunt command and arrived in front of a family. The Su family. He asked around and discovered that the Su family was a large family in this city. The family head was a rank 6 dominator expert. There's actually such an expert. Looks like I have to disguise myself and enter. Yi Xian thought to himself. He immediately left and found a member of the Su family with a lower realm. After killing him, he would use the mask of authenticity to devour him. Of course, Yi Xian added this unlucky person to the list of people to be resurrected. He would compensate him in the future. Then, he disguised himself as a member of the Su family and entered the Su family residence. This divine blood beast king is in the east. After entering the Su family residence, Yi Xian approached the east side. However, just as he was about to approach, someone suddenly stopped him. Su Mu, this is the eldest young master's residence. You shouldn't be here. Hurry up and scram. Suddenly, a shout rang in Yi Xian's ears. He turned around and saw that the speaker was a rank 2 dominator Su family member. A mere rank 2 dominator dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Yi Xian immediately used the deathly hunt command to mark his opponent and blinked behind him. The next moment, the man's head flew up and was instantly sucked into the devouring space. Most likely, this Su family disciple would never have imagined that he, a rank 2 dominator, would be instantly killed by Su Mu, a rank 9 half-step dominator. Yi Xian then disguised himself as a Su family disciple and performed a soul search on him. The eldest young master that this Su family disciple spoke of was the Su family's patriarch's son, Su Tai. He had just returned from training outside yesterday. Furthermore, this Su family disciple coincidentally bumped into Su Tai once. Blood-eyed? Yi Xian was a little surprised. From the memories of the Su clan's disciples, he knew that Su Tai's eyes were black, and after returning from the training this time, his eyes turned red, and his entire person was different. Therefore, Yi Xian was sure that Su Tai was probably already dead, and the one who had taken over his body was probably a divine blood demon king. At that moment, Yi Xian leaped into the air and began to attack the scarlet word. Xiao! 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 A series of sharp sounds broke through the air as Yi Xian's attacks broke through the roof and entered. Pang! 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 In an instant, the attacks were all defeated. Immediately after, the Su family's eldest young master, Su Tai, who was having fun inside, leaped out. It's you. Su Tai's pair of blood-red eyes looked at Yi Xian. It's really you. Yi Xian's brows rose as he said, Divine Blood Demon King, you think that you can't escape death by possessing his body. Ha, you didn't kill me that day. Perfect, today I can take revenge for that day. Su Tai coldly snorted. Just you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he said. To be able to chase me here, you do have some ability. However, you have to look at where you are standing. Su Tai said. You are merely a divine blood demon king that possessed the Su family's eldest young master's body. As long as I tell the truth, let's see if the Su family will help you or help me. Yi Xian's lips slightly curled. Is that so? Then let's see if they believe you or not. From the moment I killed him and possessed his body, he was me and I was him. I want to see if the others believe you or me. Su Tai said. Since that's the case, then we have nothing more to say. Die. Yi Xian didn't waste any more words as he directly summoned the old tree and black horn to attack Su Tai together. His strength had already broken through to rank 2 Dominator while they were rushing over, while Su Tai's current aura was that of a rank 3 Dominator. However, Yi Xian felt that it wasn't that simple. A divine blood demon king's strength was much stronger than a rank 3 Dominator. If it wasn't for the suppression of the beast god Bel, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with the divine blood demon king that day. Indeed. When Yi Xian and the other two attacked, Su Tai also attacked. He directly turned into a ray of bloody light and instantly dealt with the old tree and black horn. At the same time, many people from the Su family leaped into the sky and surrounded Yi Xian. Before you came, I had already ransacked the Su family. Do you think that I'm only a rank 3 Dominator? Su Tai coldly laughed. In the next instant, Yi Xian felt a powerful pressure. Of course, this pressure was useless against him. Rank 6 Dominator. When Yi Xian felt this powerful aura, his expression changed. A divine blood demon king could devour fake divine blood to increase his strength. Just as he said, he had already ransacked the entire Su family. Not only that, the Su family's experts had already been possessed by the divine blood demon generals he had split off. Simply speaking, the Su family was now his world. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I won't be able to deal with a rank 6 Dominator. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked around at the group of Su family's experts, who were all at least rank 4 Dominators. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because this was the Sword God's clone. Kill. Following Su Tai's order, the Su family's experts, including the Su family's master, all charged towards Yi Xian. Since that's the case, let's start a massacre. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly used his War God domain and pulled a rank 5 Dominator into it. In the War God domain, the higher the opponent's rank, the greater the amplification Yi Xian would obtain after defeating them. This was also the reason why Yi Xian didn't use it against rank 4 Dominators. Back then, when the Divine Blood Demon King was cut in half, he was also caught unprepared, so he couldn't use it. Today, he must kill the Divine Blood Demon King. What's going on? The Su family expert possessed by the Divine Blood Demon generals raised his brows as he looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression. Before he could react, Yi Xian gathered Old Tree and the others and charged over. Chapter 2081. Yi Xian successfully killed the rank 5 Dominator within the time limit set by the God of War domain and received an increase in strength. Following the death of this person, the God of War domain also shattered. The surrounding space and time returned to normal. Yi Xian's strength increased sharply as he attacked with all his might. On the other side, the Divine Blood Beast King Su Tai couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched this battle. He had already unlocked his intelligence and could naturally see that Yi Xian's aptitude was even higher than Su Tai's. Yi Xian, who was only a rank 2 Dominator, was actually able to possess such battle strength. It was indeed extraordinary. Thus, he had his eyes on Yi Xian's body and was waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, as the battle continued, the Su family's experts fell one after another. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, these Su family experts were all possessed by the Divine Blood Demon generals that were split from the Divine Blood Demon King. Therefore, all of the divine blood they had left behind was devoured by the Divine Blood Demon generals and the Divine Blood Demon King. Yi Xian killed a few people in succession, but these people did not have a single drop of fake divine blood in their yin and yang rings. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian turned his head and saw Su Tai open his mouth and shoot out a ray of bloody light. Poof! This ray of bloody light shot towards the Sword God clone's chest like an arrow, but the latter's invincible body blocked this ray of bloody light. Yi Xian squinted and discovered that this ray of bloody light was the divine blood beast king. Humph, humph. You think you can take over my body? Yi Xian sneered. What a joke. The sword god clone was an invincible existence. Even a fake god would not be able to kill the sword god clone. Furthermore, this was just a divine blood beast king formed from the blood of a fake god. This body of yours, I'm going to take it. The divine blood beast king's eyes flickered as he turned into a bloody mist and enveloped the sword god clone. However, in his original form, he was unable to speak. It is impossible for you to take over the sword god's body. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, but he did not chase the sacred blood demon king away immediately. As for the others, they were left to the old tree, black horn, black gold sword servants, undead sword servants, and the 5 elements sword servants. Regrettably, Yi Xian had been chasing after the divine blood beast kings and didn't have the time to gather materials. Adding on the fact that he was already a rank 2 dominator, he had a shocking amount of materials to recover the divine sword art. Thus, he was still unable to use the divine sword art. The divine blood demon king didn't care about the lives of others and just wrapped the sword god avatar up. As a result, the others were killed by the 5 elements sword attendants one by one. Even the Su family's family head, a rank 6 dominator, had died in battle. However, after these demon generals died, they all turned into their true forms and gathered toward the demon king. Soon, only the sacred blood demon king and Yi Xian were left in the sky. Old tree, go and collect the pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Okay. Old tree nodded and immediately dispersed. Immediately after, a reign of terror was set off in this city. All those who had reached the dominator level were killed. To become a dominator, one needed 100 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Although Yi Xian needed 10 times more pseudo-divine blood than ordinary people, this was already the 7th layer of heaven. There were as many dominators as dogs. Soon, Yi Xian collected a large amount of pseudo-divine blood. However, he didn't immediately devour it. Instead, he stored it. To break through from rank 1 to rank 2, Yi Xian needed more than 1,000 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Similarly, to break through from rank 2 to rank 3, he also needed more than 1,000 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Breaking through would become faster and faster. Soon, this city was stirred up by Old Tree and the others. Even the city lord was mobilized. However, this couldn't stop Old Tree and the others. In less than an hour, Old Tree and the others had collected several thousand drops of pseudo-divine blood. Immediately after, Yi Xian directly devoured them. Ding! Host broke through. Current rank 3 dominator. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian directly broke through from rank 2 dominator to rank 6 dominator. His aura instantly soared. What? In the sky above the Su family, the divine blood beast king felt Yi Xian's aura and was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late. Die! Yi Xian took out the beast god clock and directly suppressed the divine blood beast king. Then, he attacked with all his strength. In an instant, the divine blood beast king's body split into 2, then split again. In the end, it actually split into several hundred divine blood beast kings. Today, I'll kill all of your little clones. Let's see if you can still survive. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. As a rank 6 dominator, his strength was actually close to a rank 9 dominator. Wouldn't killing a divine blood beast king be easy? In less than 2 seconds, under the combined attacks of Old Tree and the others, these divine blood beast kings fell one by one. In the end, not a single one was left. Strange, all of my clones are dead. Why are there no system notifications? After Yi Xian killed the last divine blood beast king, he asked in surprise. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange aura and immediately looked over. He discovered that there was an extra-large drop of fake god blood in front of him. The fake god blood in the bodies of those divine blood beast kings had already been collected by him. The divine blood beast kings had devoured at least 10,000 drops of fake god blood. However, Yi Xian only obtained a few hundred drops of fake god blood from them. What's going on? Could it be that they were all devoured by this drop of fake god blood? Just as Yi Xian was about to collect this extra-large drop of fake god blood, it suddenly trembled violently and flew into the distance. Damn, it escaped. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He immediately used the divine devouring system to analyze it and discovered that this drop of essence blood was the divine blood beast king's essence blood. It was the true form of the divine blood beast king, which was why it could devour so much fake god blood to strengthen itself. Trying to escape, Yi Xian immediately gave chase. However, the divine blood beast king's essence blood was extremely fast and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the death hunt command didn't lose its target like last time. Yi Xian looked at the scarlet word, kill, and ran madly. At the same time, Old Tree and the others split up to collect fake god blood. Yi Xian's chase lasted for several days. In these few days, Old Tree and the others split up to collect a large amount of fake god blood. Yi Xian's realm had already reached the 9th grade sovereign realm. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had also caught up to the divine blood beast king. They would meet in an hour. This divine blood beast king is so difficult to deal with. This time, I have to kill it. Otherwise, the random mission reward will be worrying. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered a scorching land. It was said that there was a powerful phoenix in this scorching land. Previously, when Yi Xian had just arrived at the 6th heaven, he had accepted a mission from the innate gate to kill an undying phoenix. Chapter 2082. However, this time, Yi Xian was not facing the undying phoenix. An hour later, Yi Xian finally found the escaping divine blood beast king. However, he had already occupied the body of a phoenix. This phoenix was called the Undying Phoenix. When Yi Xian heard this name, he sighed. This was because he had once merged with the bloodline of the Undying Phoenix. The Undying Phoenix had extremely strong recovery abilities. In addition, it had undying clones and so on. He wondered if the Undying Phoenix in front of him was the same. Divine Blood Beast King, do you think you cannot escape death just because you have an undying sovereign realm Undying Phoenix? Yi Xian said coldly. Although I don't know what method you used to catch me, I have been waiting for you this time. The Undying Phoenix suddenly opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Oh. I want to see what kind of ambush you have set up. Yi Xian looked around. In the next moment, a large number of figures appeared, and the surrounding temperature suddenly soared. It turned out that there was more than one undying phoenix here. There were many. Moreover, all of them were undying sovereigns. After the divine blood beast king had escaped here, he had occupied the undying phoenix king's body. Then, he let the divine blood beast generals he had created to occupy the bodies of the other undying phoenixes. At this time, there were dozens of undying sovereign realm undying phoenixes surrounding Yi Xian. Facing such a situation, Yi Xian only raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not know how many times he had experienced such a scene. In short, he was not weak. Coincidentally, the undying phoenix was a sacred beast of the fire element, and the 5-element sword servants were immune to all attacks of the 5 elements. Coupled with the deterrence of Wei Zhentian's beast god Bell, the surrounding undying sovereign realm undying phoenixes were still a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. Even if he had not broken through to the undying sovereign realm, Yi Xian was enough to deal with them. Boom! 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 Immediately, a shocking battle broke out in this scorching land. Undying godly phoenixes fell one after another. Then, divine blood demon generals appeared one after another and were killed. These divine blood demon generals split from the divine blood demon king only have one drop of pseudo-divine blood in their bodies, but they are indeed very powerful. This is unreasonable, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, in this world, many things did not make sense. After all, the divine blood demon king was formed from the blood essence of a fake god. Soon, all the immortal phoenix were dead. However, as the king of the immortal phoenix, the divine blood demon king was still standing strong. Its recovery speed was unprecedented, even surpassing that of Yi Xian. But this was nothing in front of Yi Xian. Restrain him. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to everyone. Under the intimidation of the beast god clock, the immortal phoenix king's speed was greatly reduced. It could only endure the attacks. If it wasn't for its powerful recovery ability, it would have died long ago. However, after this, even if he didn't die, he would still die. Divine Sword Technique. A heaven-piercing divine sword fell and slashed at the deathless Phoenix King. Although the immortal Phoenix King's recovery ability was extraordinary, it could not withstand the instant killing effect of the divine sword technique. In an instant, the immortal Phoenix King was killed. Immediately after, the drop of pseudo-divine blood appeared in front of Yi Xian again. However, this time, the drop of blood essence was one size bigger than before. There is no system notification. It seems that the divine blood demon king is not dead yet. Destroy it. Yi Xian immediately gave the order and attacked himself at the same time. However, at this moment, whoosh! This drop of pseudo-divine blood vibrated violently again and then swept toward the ground. Want to leave? Stay. Although Yi Xian resisted with all his strength, this drop of pseudo-divine blood was the blood essence of a fake god. It instantly sent the sword god doppelganger flying and burrowed into the ground. Yi Xian hurriedly ordered everyone to burrow into the ground. He had already let the divine blood demon king escape twice. He could not let it happen a third time. However, at this moment, rumble! The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. No one knew what had happened. Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread, causing old tree and others to tremble. Bang! Suddenly, a shocking giant hand reached out from the ground and directly grabbed Yi Xian and others. Ding! Flame swallow unicorn is dead. Ding! Black scale dragon swallow is dead. Ding! Black gold sword servant is dead. A series of death notifications sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This giant hand directly crushed everyone except the sword god doppelganger to death. What kind of terrifying power was this? What the hell is this? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows but could not break free from the giant hand. He could only watch as the giant slowly climbed out of the ground. This was a red giant with red hair and red eyes. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. The aura on its body was terrifying to the extreme. It was at least a high-level undying dominator. Boy, you didn't expect this, did you? At this moment, the red giant suddenly opened its mouth to speak. Divine Blood Monster King. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's me. The red giant snorted and nodded. Why do you think I came here and controlled a group of undying divine phoenixes to ambush you? I'm just toying with you. Do you think you can kill the great me with these tricks of yours? How ridiculous. It would be too boring to kill you directly, so I want to see what kind of expression you have when you see my new face. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but sneered. Your new face is not that great. Ignorant child, this giant is the original body of the blood flame giant. It was a false god expert when it was alive. When I found it, it was just a dried corpse. After these days of splitting, I finally resurrected it. The Divine Blood Monster King sneered. Do you think you can compete with it with your current realm? Ridiculous, I was only a false god when I was alive. If you have the guts, why don't you try to kill me? Yi Xian was in disbelief. Shameless boasting. Since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. The Divine Blood Monster King immediately squeezed with all his strength, but to his surprise, he could not hurt Yi Xian. Is your body also a false god body? The Divine Blood Monster King asked in surprise. Yes, mine is also a false god body. Why, are you disappointed? Yi Xian immediately replied. Hearing this, the Divine Blood Monster King could not help but show a greedy expression. At this moment, Yi Xian was in his hands. Although he could not hurt Yi Xian, he could first trap him. When he grew to the false god level, it would be Yi Xian's time of death. However, at this moment, the seventh layer of heaven suddenly cracked open. Immediately after, a ray of red light descended. Yi Xian and the Divine Blood Monster King turned to see a red-haired man walking out of the red light. Chapter 2083. Brother, you didn't die. The red-haired man was pleasantly surprised when he saw the flaming blood giant. The Divine Blood Monster King froze and quickly searched the memories of the fake god's corpse. Then, he clenched Yi Xian tightly and smiled. Big brother. The newcomer had sensed the aura of the flaming blood giant, so he had come from the eighth heaven. He was the younger brother of the fake god that had just been resurrected. However, he did not know that the flaming blood giant had already been possessed by the Divine Blood Monster King. Brother, there has been no news of you all these years. I've already run around the seventh heaven countless times. I was just about to go back when I sensed your aura, the red-haired man said in surprise. He had already broken through the seventh heaven and was about to return to the eighth heaven. Big brother, I was harmed by a villain and fell into a deep sleep. I just woke up today. As the Divine Blood Demon King spoke up to hear, his attention fell onto Yi Xian. Big brother, I just woke up and this brat angered me. This kid also has a fake god body. With my current strength, I can't hurt him. Please help me. Hearing this, the red-haired man raised his eyebrows. Humph, how dare you provoke the flaming blood giant family? You're courting death. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, a sword aura shot toward Yi Xian. TCH. Yi Xian did not care at all. Regarding the sword god avatar, he had always been indifferent. He had never seen anyone who could hurt the sword god avatar. However, his smile froze in the next moment. Ding! The sword god avatar's invincible body has been broken. The damage is 13%. This system notification shocked Yi Xian. The invincible body of the sword god avatar was broken. Invincible. Wasn't it supposed to be invincible? What a joke. Yi Xian's face darkened. He guessed that the invincible body of the sword god avatar had a limit. Once the attack exceeded that limit, it would be damaged. Most importantly, Yi Xian did not know what would happen if the invincible body was damaged. Would it die or need to be repaired? Ding! The sword god avatar is currently in a semi-invincible state. It will be damaged if it is attacked by an attack 5 levels higher than the original body. The system prompted again. Currently, Yi Xian was a rank 9 sovereign. This meant that the sword god's avatar would be injured by a rank 5 undying sovereign. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. This damned red-haired man had actually injured the sword god's doppelganger. The red-haired man raised his hand and struck the invincible body of the sword god doppelganger down by 13%. If he struck again, the sword god doppelganger would most likely die. Not to mention the red-haired man, the sword god body was so fragile that even the flaming blood giant possessed by the sacred blood demon king could easily destroy it. Go! In the sky, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he quickly put away the sword god clone. He didn't dare to let the sword god's clone take the risk. Just like that, the sword god's avatar disappeared from the flaming blood giant's hand, leaving the sacred blood demon king and the red-haired man in shock. At this moment, somewhere in the seventh heaven, Yi Xian's original body hurriedly used the void spirit divine armor to hide. He only hoped that the red-haired man would not search the seventh heaven. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. An expert of this level could easily kill him. Although he had a doppelganger in the mortal world and the lower heaven, it would be troublesome if they died. I still have 3 devour points that I haven't used, but I can't let the sword god's doppelganger take the risk. It's better to be safe and bear this grudge for now. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided not to seek revenge on the sacred blood demon king for the time being. The red-haired man from the flaming blood giant was at least a false god and was very strong. With his current strength, only death awaited him if he went to find the red-haired man. At this moment, he felt that the sacred blood demon king was moving. Fortunately, the sacred blood demon king was moving upwards. Not only that, but so was the red-haired man. This meant that the sacred blood demon king was being led away from the seventh heaven by the red-haired man and heading towards the eighth heaven. It seemed that the sacred blood demon king didn't take him seriously. After all, the sacred blood demon king was now occupying the flaming blood giant's false god body. If he returned to the flaming blood giant family, he should be able to recover his false god status very quickly. After the two left, Yi Xian didn't have any more misgivings and immediately split up to act. He had to break through to the undying sovereign level as soon as possible and then reach the peak of the undying sovereign level. Only by becoming a false god could he break through the seventh heaven and go to the eighth heaven, then seek revenge on the sacred blood demon king and the red-haired man. In the following time, Yi Xian was constantly on the move. The amount of divine blood he needed was 10 times that of the average person. To break through to the undying sovereign level, he needed to refine 11,111 drops of false god blood. After that, he would need the same amount of false god blood for each level. However, after breaking through to the undying sovereign level, the speed at which he collected false god blood doubled. This was because those large families had large amounts of false god blood. Unfortunately, whether it was half-step sovereigns, or undying sovereigns, they couldn't condense false god blood after death like Tianming. After all, they weren't false gods. Otherwise, Yi Xian's collection speed would greatly increase. Finally, after more than a month, Yi Xian collected more than 90,000 drops of false god blood. At this time, he was already a 9th-grade undying sovereign. He still needed 2,000 drops of false god blood to reach 100,000 drops of false god blood. At that time, he could condense his Tao heart into a false divine spark and become a false god. At this time, he arrived in front of a top city in the seventh heaven. This would be Yi Xian's last stop in the seventh heaven. This was because he could obtain the last 2,000 drops of false god blood in this city. In addition, this city had a teleportation array that led to the eighth heaven. Kill. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly summoned the old tree and black horn. With Yi Xian's current 9th-grade undying sovereign level, he didn't need help at all. He could destroy this city by himself. He summoned the old tree and black horn because the old tree and black horn could help him devour. He couldn't wait. Immediately, the three of them killed their way into this top city in the seventh heaven. The city lord of this top city was a 9th-grade undying sovereign. When he sensed Yi Xian's 3 auras, he was so scared that he almost wet himself. A 9th-grade undying sovereign was enough to dominate a place in the seventh heaven. Everyone generally minded their own business. Why would 3 9th-grade undying sovereigns suddenly appear now? What are you doing in my territory? The city lord immediately jumped into the sky and looked at Yi Xian's trio rushing toward him. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't have any intention of answering him. Death Warrant. Eye of Assassination. Chapter 2084. RIP. The city lord's head flew into the air. He was killed in an instant. Yi Xian was now a 9th-grade Undying Dominator. Killing an opponent of the same level was a piece of cake for him. He immediately put away the city lord's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has refined 2,367 drops of pseudo-god blood. Ding! The host's Taoist heart has been refined and is about to transform. Ding! The pseudo-god lattice has been condensed. Ding! The host has broken through to the pseudo-god realm. The host is now a first-grade pseudo-god. Finally, Yi Xian broke through to the pseudo-god realm. Following his breakthrough, Old Shu and Blackhorn also made breakthroughs one after another. Then, they quickly absorbed the entire city into the devouring space. After breaking through to the pseudo-god realm, all the blood in my body has been transformed into pseudo-god blood. At the same time, a part of my saint power has been transformed into more powerful pseudo-god power. Yi Xian thought to himself as he took out a drop of pseudo-god blood. After more than a month of killing, he had learned many things. For example, if he wanted to break through to the pseudo-god realm, he had to increase his pseudo-god power. If he wanted to increase his pseudo-god power, he could absorb pseudo-god crystals or extract some pseudo-god power from the pseudo-god blood and refine it for his own use. Of course, the pseudo-god power contained in the pseudo-god blood was very little. If he wanted to extract a pseudo-god crystal from the pseudo-god blood, he would need an astronomical amount of pseudo-god blood. With my current strength, although I may not be able to defeat that red-haired man, I already have the qualifications to go to the 8th heaven. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that the sword god avatar was damaged by 13%, he would need good things to repair it. Previously, the devouring space had been torn apart, and Yi Xian had to pay a huge price to repair it. In addition to the necessities for repairing the sword god avatar, he could also choose to use devouring points to repair it. One devouring point could repair 20% of the damage. Although Yi Xian currently had 3 devouring points, he was still hesitating. When the invincible body of the sword god's doppelganger was not broken, it could at least withstand the attacks of an expert of a higher realm. Now that it has been broken, it can only withstand the attacks of experts of a higher realm. I'd better repair it. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he spent the remaining 3 devour points to repair the sword god's doppelganger. He only found out about this after the invincible body of the sword god doppelganger was broken. At that time, the bloody flame giant that the divine blood demon king had occupied happened to be a 9th-grade Undying Dominator, which was within the invincible range. However, the red-haired man was a false god, at least 10 levels higher than Yi Xian. That was why the sword god doppelganger was damaged. Ding! Repair successful. Ding! The sword god's doppelganger's current damage is 0. He has regained his invincible body. Let's go, we'll go to the 8th heaven first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and used the teleportation array to teleport to the 8th heaven. He had finally arrived at the 8th heavenly layer. He was only one step away from Luoluo's 9th heaven. The 8th heaven was very close to the 9th heaven. Here, undying dominators were as common as dogs, and false gods were everywhere. Yi Xian, a first-grade false god, was just the beginning in the 8th heaven. At this time, he turned his head and looked to the north, where there was a scarlet kill character. The target of the death hunting order was in the north. However, the divine blood demon king was quite a distance away from him. Immediately, he rushed to the north. While searching for the divine blood demon king, he also constantly collected the treasures of the surrounding forces. With his first-grade false god realm, it was easy for him to fight a 4th-grade false god alone. If he launched a group attack, even a 5th-grade false god would have to suffer. As a result, his cultivation base also began to rise continuously. In just a few days, his cultivation base broke through from first-grade false god to third-grade false god. At the same time, he also heard a piece of news. The north is the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan. However, I heard that the Bloody Flame Giant clan has started to expand their territory, and a large number of false divine beasts have come to join them. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had learned these things from other people's memories. As for the Bloody Flame Giant, it was said that he was the descendant of a divine beast and was extremely powerful. However, the divine beast ancestor went to the ninth heaven, so the Bloody Flame Giant clan's situation deteriorated. After a certain battle, only a few seventh-grade false gods were left. However, Yi Xian heard that the Bloody Flame Giant clan had risen again during this time, and a demigod expert had appeared. What was the reason? The rise of the Bloody Flame Giant clan coincides with the arrival of the Divine Blood Demon King in the eighth heaven. Could it be the Divine Blood Demon King? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Based on the attack power of the red-haired man that day, that red-haired man should only be a low-grade false god. Otherwise, the sword god clone would have been killed instantly. If that red-haired man was only a first-grade false god, he would be 10 levels higher than the 9th-grade sword god clone. He would be able to break the sword god clone's invincible body. After all, the sword god clone's invincible body could only block attacks from 9 levels higher. Whether it is or not, I'll know when I get there. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan. Following the rise of the Bloody Flame Giant clan, a large number of false divine beasts had come to join them, and it was said that they had all improved. Therefore, there was a large number of false divine beasts in the Bloody Flame Giant clan. It just so happens that I can collect high-grade bloodlines on the way to the Bloody Flame Giant clan and see if I can awaken the 100-beast sword servant. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had killed the Undying Phoenix and Immortal Phoenix. These two bloodlines were included in the 100 bloodlines needed to awaken the 100-beast sword servant. In addition, Yi Xian had also killed many false divine beast sword servant, so he had collected 18 bloodlines. Now, he had arrived at the 8th heaven, where all the false divine beasts had noble bloodlines. They should have reached the standard. Not long after entering the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan, Yi Xian encountered a group of false divine beasts. These false divine beasts were called heaven-devouring rats. It was said that they had the ability to destroy the sky, and they moved in groups. They would often break open the sky and wreak havoc in the 6th and 7th heavens. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and found that this group of heaven-devouring rats were only 6th-grade false divine beasts. There was nothing to be afraid of. Immediately, he released the old tree and the others and began to clean up this group of heaven-devouring rats. Sure enough, the heaven-devouring rat bloodline had been recognized by the system, and Yi Xian would be able to awaken the 100-beast sword servant sooner. Immediately, Yi Xian began to search the souls of these heaven-devouring rats. Chapter 2085. The heavenly treasures that Fairy Luli gave Yi Xian before were actually enough to create several experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Now, if he wanted to raise his cultivation from the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension stage to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, the amount of heavenly treasures consumed would probably be several times more than before. However, he understood that Fairy Luli would definitely be willing to part with it. Alright, I'll give it to you. Fairy Luli clenched her teeth and directly threw out all sorts of treasures from her interspatial ring. Even Lin Guangyao would be envious of these priceless treasures. This time, Fairy Luli had really gone all out. This time, I'm betting on you. If you fail, pay me back tenfold. Fairy Luli suddenly said, a little stingy. All right. Yi Xian didn't haggle anymore. He could easily defeat Lin Guangyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he were to make another breakthrough, who would be able to fight him? Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Lin Guangyao's, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people all have the ability to cross the immortal tribulation, but they have been suppressing their cultivation. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to a loose immortal. You have to pay special attention to the two troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Netherworld, Fairy Luli reminded. Although Lin Guangyao was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, his cultivation time was too short, and the people sent by the 3 Evil Path Holy Lands were probably 10,000 years old monsters. If one really had to compare, Lin Guangyao's strength could only be ranked in the 3rd tier. The 2nd tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the experts from the 3 Evil Path Holy Lands. As for the 1st tier, it was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Willful, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Jian Xian, the Netherworld Prince, and so on. Although they were younger than the 2nd tier, they had powerful backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. Take the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Willful for example. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would have been a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he activated his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would do it. He, who hadn't even broken through, had already surpassed Lin Guangyao, so he was probably in the 2nd tier. If he broke through to the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, then he would definitely be able to squeeze into the 1st tier. Ding, host has broken through. Currently at the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. Moreover, he'd reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Ding, host has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Ding, host has reached the requirements for transcending the immortal tribulation. Ding, host's current success rate for transcending the tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system beeps rang out. 95%, this probability was already high enough. Yi Xian estimated that as long as 3 clones fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, after successfully transcending the tribulation, he would still be unable to ascend to the immortal world, because the immortal world's passageway had been closed. However, he usually had to start cultivating as a loose immortal. Right now, he still had important matters to attend to, so Yi Xian wouldn't choose to transcend the tribulation. He actually broke through from the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension stage to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage in an instant. This is really, Fairy Luli and the others were already shocked speechless. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't even be able to block a single punch from you. Lin Guangyao said somewhat self-deprecatingly. He knew that Yi Xian's current strength should be squeezed into the 1st tier. He wasn't someone that he, who was in the 3rd tier, could fight against. Very good, with your help, my Glazed Knights will also have the capital to fight against the Sacred Land of Death and the Nether Sacred Land. Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Sacred Master's token. Yi Xian said with a confident expression. All right. Fairy Luli was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether or not Yi Xian could truly obtain the Sacred Master's token. Tomorrow, they would head to the Penglai Demon clan to discuss the battle plan. At that time, they would discuss how to deal with the evil Dao Holy Land. Very quickly, a day had passed. The Glazed Knights had a teleportation formation that led directly to the Penglai Demon clan, so it was very convenient. On the 2nd day, Fairy Luli brought Lin Guangyao, Monk Yin Yen, and Yi Xian to the Penglai Demon clan. Hua! The teleportation formation began to operate. Yi Xian was currently a bit excited because Luo Luo had been born in the Penglai Demon clan. However, she had only been born not long ago and hadn't activated her inherited memories, so she probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. At this moment, Yi Xian's vision blurred, and his senses suddenly intensified. Although Luoluo had been reborn, there was still a connection between her and Yi Xian. When Yi Xian landed on the ground, he could sense that Luoluo was in the north and was very close. However, there was already a group of people from the demonic clan waiting at the teleportation palace. "Greetings, Fairy Lu Li." An old man came up to him and said, "This old man is Yao Shan. I've been waiting here for a long time. Have the other forces arrived?" Fairy Lu Li asked directly. "Yes." This Yao Shan nodded. Although it wasn't the agreed time yet, the Glazed Knights, who had the teleportation formation, were the last to arrive. This was a bit helpless. Immediately, Yao Shan brought Fairy Lu Li and the other three to the discussion hall. Other than the Penglai demon race, there were also the Heaven's End Palace, the Glazed Knights, and the Life's Sacred Land. Thus, they were a four-way alliance. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the other three were brought to the discussion hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few people in the Penglai demon race's discussion hall, and they weren't weak either. The weakest of them was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. One of them was even a loose immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table, and he was an acquaintance of Yi Xian. He was old immortal Tianju. Although he'd already guessed it, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart after seeing old immortal Tianju's true body. Fuck, this is a true hidden expert. When he was still a sovereign, he had already seen old immortal Tianju. Now, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm, and he had crossed the 3 minor disasters and the 9 heavenly realms. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who had appeared in that remote and desolate Bloodstone continent was actually a loose immortal. Although the old immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Yi Xian followed Fairy Lu Li into the discussion hall and immediately became the focus of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guangyao. The One-Thought Monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone could recognize him. However, where did this stranger, Yi Xian, come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Yi Xian in the discussion hall, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. He'd come as well. Heh, Yi Xian. When Willfulness saw Yi Xian, he immediately greeted him. Chapter 2086. At that moment, Yi Xian put away the corpse, drew out the blood, and refined it into pseudo-god crystals. Coupled with the huge amount of resources in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian directly broke through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 6th grade pseudo-god. Following Yi Xian's breakthrough, Old Tree and the others also broke through one after another. Now, even without the help of the 100 Beasts sword servants, Yi Xian could easily flatten the Blood Flame Giant clan. One of the targets is in the Blood Flame Giant clan, and the other is underground. Yi Xian glanced over. Needless to say, the death warrant on the mainland should be the red-haired man from that day. As for the one underground, it should be the Divine Blood Monster King. Go! At that moment, Yi Xian ordered the Sword God Doppelganger, Old Tree, and Black Horn to rush underground. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, a dragon's roar came from underground, shaking heaven and earth. Rumble. In front of Yi Xian, a blood-red dragon rushed out from underground. In an instant, a blood-red light flashed, dyeing the dark clouds in the sky red. The Divine Blood Monster King has finally come out. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red dragon and the scarlet kill above its head and couldn't help but murmur. However, this blood-red dragon's aura was more than 10 times stronger than that of the Blood Flame Giant clan's leader. The Divine Blood Monster King was no longer a pseudo-god. It had probably become a demigod. A demigod was half a step into the immortal state. It was many times stronger than a pseudo-god. However, Yi Xian was not weak. Kid, you're quite capable to be able to chase me from the 7th to the 8th heaven. This blood-colored heavenly dragon opened its bloody maw and let out a deafening roar. This should be the body of a demigod, right? Yi Xian asked coldly. That's right. This is the body of a demigod under the blood-red forest, the divine blood monster king replied. Even Yi Xian did not expect there to be a demigod in the scarlet forest. No wonder those who tried to explore underground never appeared again. At that time, Yi Xian actually wanted to send the sword god clone down, but because his realm was too low, he didn't go. Later on, he triggered a random mission and went after the sacred blood demon king. But when he returned to the scarlet forest, it had disappeared. He guessed that it was the work of the divine blood demon king. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. You're quite impressive. You actually turned on your master. Yi Xian said. This blood heavenly dragon was a demigod when it was alive. It was unknown why it had fallen in the seventh heaven. After the blood sky dragon died, it formed the blood forest, and the blood essence in its body turned into a divine blood demon king. Hearing this, the divine blood beast king coldly snorted. What do you mean by devouring his master? He died because he was incompetent. I replaced him. Alright, whatever you say. Anyway, I'm here for revenge today. Yi Xian said. Revenge? The divine blood demon king was slightly surprised. He was the one who wanted to take revenge on Yi Xian. How did it become Yi Xian taking revenge on him? How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? I want to see how you fight against my demigod body. After saying this, the divine blood demon king transformed into a beam of blood light and swept toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian was very confident this time. Because the sword god clone's invincible body had been fully restored, he was not afraid at all. Otherwise, the sword god clone could only block attacks of level 5 and below at most. As long as the divine blood demon king's realm was not that of a level 7 demigod, he could not hurt the sword god clone. In an instant, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the others all charged over. As for the sword god clone, he first secretly put away the 100 beast sword servants and then charged over as well. He wanted to see how strong the divine blood demon king was. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the sky. Yi Xian currently had 3 people on his side. They were the sword god clone, Old Tree, and Black Horn. Because one of them had an invincible body, and the other 2 had unlimited resurrection. As for the sword servants, Yi Xian temporarily put them away because there would be a cooldown time after they died. However, Yi Xian had underestimated the divine blood demon king. As soon as they started fighting, Old Tree and Black Horn were killed by the divine blood demon king. However, the sword god clone was still standing strong. A false god already has a false god persona and then condenses false god power. A demigod has already raised the false god power to the peak, which is demigod power. Then they use demigod power to refine their body into demigod meridians, which is why their physique is extremely strong. As Yi Xian thought, he controlled the sword god clone to attack the divine blood demon king. Judging from the divine blood demon king's attack power, he should be around the level of a level 1 demigod. It's only because you've crossed a level, so your strength has increased a little. However, you still have to die today. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the black gold sword servants, immortal sword servants, 5 element sword servants, and 100 beasts sword servants appeared instantly. 100 beasts parade. The 100 beasts sword servants immediately used their ultimate move. Then, gold-level Ares mounts appeared one by one. Among them, there were platinum-level Ares mounts. There were exactly 100 of them in total. This 100 beasts parade was the ultimate move of the 100 beasts sword servants. Moreover, it was combined with the Ares mount skill, so the beasts summoned were at least gold level. Large and small battle beasts filled the sky, surrounding the Divine Blood Demon King. Divine Blood Demon King, today is the day you die. Go! At Yi Xian's command, hundreds of gold-level beasts charged toward the Divine Blood Demon King. Among them, there were even 5 platinum-level super beasts. The Divine Blood Demon King was frightened by such a lineup. However, the demigod body he occupied was the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon, a descendant of a divine beast with a super physique. Attacks landed on his body one after another, but they were either scattered by the flowing blood chi or blocked by the dragon scales. The only attacks that could really hurt the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon were the few platinum-level beasts. Of course, there were also the 5-element sword servants and the 100-beast sword servants. However, the wounds on the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon were automatically healed by the blood chi soon after they appeared. Ha ha ha, you think you can win by outnumbering me? The Divine Blood Demon King laughed. With a swing of his dragon tail, several gold-level Ares mounts exploded. Really? Then why don't you try this? Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared. Beast God Clock. Suppress. In an instant, the Divine Blood Demon King's laughter stopped abruptly. He felt that his physique had decreased by at least 80%. What happened? He suddenly recalled that the same thing had happened to him when he was in the Scarlet Forest. Chapter 2087. Boom! Wei Zhentian, who was only a 6th-grade false god, could not block the attack and was directly blown away by the dragon's breath. However, in the next moment, it reappeared again. Old Tree, Black Horn, Wei Zhentian, and Padian, all 4 of them were magic treasures with the ability of immortality. As long as Yi Xian had an avatar, they would not die. It was impossible for the Divine Blood Monster King to kill Wei Zhentian. What? The Divine Blood Monster King was shocked. At this time. Huff, huff, huff. The wind roared again, and the surrounding gold-grade and platinum-grade warlord mounts once again launched a group attack. In addition, there were also the 5-element sword servant and the 100-beast sword servant in the form of a white tiger. After being shocked by Wei Zhentian, the Divine Blood Monster King's strength dropped by 80%, including his physique. The attacks that could not hurt him could now hurt him, and the attacks that could hurt him could now seriously injure him. After the Divine Blood Monster King withstood this round of attacks, his huge body suddenly gushed out like a flood of blood, pouring down like a bloody rain. Roar! The Divine Blood Monster King roared in pain, and the blood in his body began to recover. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, things would not be good. He prepared for a moment, and immediately his whole body began to bloom with blood-red light. The light shone around, and all the mounts with flesh and blood began to change. What's going on? Those mounts began to crazily pour out blood, and then gathered toward the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. After the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon absorbed the blood, not only did its injuries begin to recover, but even its aura began to become stronger. If not for the Beast God Clock, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to deal with you today. Unfortunately, no matter what you do today, you will die. 100 Beasts Feast. Yi Xian thought in his heart and ordered those warlord mounts to attack. At the same time, he used the skill obtained by activating the 100 Beast Sword Servant. The aura of these warlord mounts suddenly skyrocketed, and immediately rushed forward, instantly surrounding the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. At the same time, the Sword God Avatar also slashed out a sword. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword suddenly appeared, and the terrifying aura spread, causing the Divine Blood Monster King to tremble violently. He wanted to dodge the sword, but his body was surrounded by many warlord mounts, and there was even a platinum-grade super giant, holding on to his dragon tail. He could not avoid it at all. Rip! With a crisp sound, the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon's body was cut in two by the Sky Splitter sword. Originally, he thought the beast thought the divine blood monster king had a chance. However, the move that cut him was the divine sword technique. Divine sword, the sky sword, divine sword was a sword, divine sword, sword, a divine sword, divine sword, sword. Previously, when he was at the 6th or 7th heaven, Yi Xian had also used the divine sword technique. At that time, the heaven-splitting divine sword could split open the heavens. Sky, sky, God, sky. Puff, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon opened its big mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then, its two halves fell from the sky. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals. With the death of the divine blood monster king, Yi Xian's random mission, which had been delayed for a long time, was finally completed. However, the completion speed was too slow, so the system rewarded him with 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals. These 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals were just a drop in the bucket for Yi Xian, a 6th-grade pseudo-divinity. However, don't forget that it was a demigod corpse in front of him. He immediately put away the two halves of the bloodthirsty sky dragon's body. The blood flowing in the demigod corpse was demigod blood, which was a level higher than the pseudo-divinity blood. Yi Xian used the divine devouring system to refine it into pseudo-divinity crystals. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 9th-grade pseudo-divinity. In an instant, Yi Xian jumped 3 levels, from 6th-grade pseudo-divinity to 9th-grade pseudo-divinity. This was countless times more precious than the system reward. I am now a 9th-grade pseudo-divinity, only one step away from becoming a demigod. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. A demigod was half a step into the divine realm. His divine sword bloodline and divine battle bloodline were only at the demigod level. As long as he stepped into the divine realm, his divine sword bloodline and divine battle bloodline could grow into the unparalleled divine sword bloodline and the supreme divine battle bloodline respectively. He wondered how powerful these two divine bloodlines would be. Phew! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This random mission was the worst one he had ever completed. However, the matter was finally resolved. Through this incident, he also activated the 100 Beasts sword attendant and broke through to 9th-grade pseudo-divinity. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod. Luo Luo, wait for me. I will reach the 9th heaven soon. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had already searched the soul of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon. At the same time, he understood the 8th heaven and had a preliminary understanding of the 9th heaven. Yi Xian had trained all the way from the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven. However, what he had experienced was only the tip of the iceberg of the 8th heaven. However, even if the 1st heaven was added to the 8th heaven, it was still far from the 9th heaven. Compared to the 9th heaven, the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven were just child's play. If this world was compared to a planet, then the 1st heaven would be the Earth's core, and the 9th heaven would be the Earth's surface. The surface would naturally be the most spacious. At the same time, Yi Xian also knew that the 9th heaven had a name. The 9th heaven was known as the realm of gods. Therefore, Yi Xian's divine sword technique could no longer break through the heavens. Otherwise, he would have gone directly to the 9th heaven. The 9th heaven, the realm of gods, Yi Xian, will definitely reach it. Yi Xian swore silently in his heart. This was because Luo Luo had been taken away by the guiding light from the 9th heaven. Until now, there had been no news of her. Yi Xian's current goal was to continuously become stronger. Then, he would beat up the person who had abducted Luo Luo. Currently, he was only one step away from the demigod realm. Based on his recent experiences, the day of his ascension to the realm of gods was not far away. The most important thing now was to increase his level to the demigod realm. However, not long after the fall of the Flaming Blood Giant clan and the Divine Blood Monster King. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head and saw a golden pillar of light in the east. "This is..." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He suddenly recalled that when he was at the 7th heaven, the 9th heaven had sent down a guiding light and taken Luoluo away. Now, there was another one. No, there was more than one. There were also guiding lights in the other two directions, but they were very far away from him. Chapter 2088. The 9th heaven is the realm of the gods. What happened? Yi Xian was curious and immediately rushed toward the nearest golden beam of light. This time, he might be able to go to the 9th heaven earlier. The first beam of light was not far from Yi Xian, and it lasted for a long time. When Yi Xian was about to arrive, the beam of light was still not over. However, just as he was about to arrive, "Stop right there." A loud shout entered his ears. Yi Xian stopped and looked at the man in front of him. "Your Excellency, what's the matter?" "I have a question. Have you seen this stone before?" The man took out a portrait. On the portrait was a strange stone with strange symbols on it. "No." Yi Xian shook his head. "Is that so?" The man narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, he attacked. A mere second-grade demigod dared to attack Yi Xian. He was courting death. In an instant, he was killed by Yi Xian and the others. After Yi Xian put the man's ring and body into the devouring space, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a first-grade demigod. A false god already had a false godhead and could refine the false divine power. A demigod needed to refine the demigod pulse. At the same time, the false divine power would gradually transform into demigod power, and the false divine spark would grow into a demigod divine spark. Demigod pulse, demigod divine spark, and demigod power were the most powerful aspects of a demigod. However, what made Yi Xian curious was what kind of stone this man was looking for. Immediately, he began to search the corpse's soul. A divine stone of calamity breaking. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The man was looking for a divine stone of calamity breaking. It was said to be an ability that made one immune to energy attacks. As for why he was looking for it, it was because the deity who had descended to the 8th heaven a few days ago had entrusted him with the task. Yes, it was the deity. That beam of golden light was called a miracle, and during this miracle, a deity from the 9th heaven had descended. He was looking for the divine stone of calamity breaking. A tribulation-breaking divine stone that is immune to energy attacks. Isn't my void spirit divine armor immune to energy attacks? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly had an idea. Immediately, he rushed toward the place where the golden light had descended. That place was called the 8 Directions Divine Mountain. It was said that this 8 Directions sect had once nurtured a true god who had ascended to the divine world. At that time, the 8 Directions sect was considered one of the top forces in the 8th heavenly layer, and was constantly sought after by other forces. However, after this celestial being ascended to the divine world, there was no news of him. It was suspected that he had fallen. That was why 8 Directions sect had fallen to rock bottom, unable to recover from the setback. Now, 8 Directions sect only had one rank 7 demigod. However, with the arrival of the divine masters from the divine world, the 8 Directions sect was once again the center of attention. Coincidentally, this heavenly god who descended to the 8th heavenly layer was the one who had ascended to the divine world before the 8 Directions sect. At this moment, Yi Xian was planning something in his heart. He was going to use the void spirit godly armor to exchange for some cultivation resources. TSK. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the 8 Directions sect. It was said that this true god who had descended to the 8th heavenly layer was here on behalf of a certain divine mountain to find the divine stone of calamity breaking. Therefore, after giving some instructions to the 8 Directions sect, he left and went to other forces. As for the other golden lights, they were all true gods who had descended. The true gods, who were rarely seen in countless years, had descended one after another, shocking the people of the 8th heavenly layer. For a time, this had become the most popular topic in the area. "Sir, is there something you need?" After Yi Xian arrived at the 8 Direction sect's mountain gate, an 8 Direction sect disciple stopped Yi Xian. "I have news of the divine stone of calamity breaking," Yi Xian said directly. "What?" The disciple was shocked. He sized up Yi Xian and found that he was only a rank 1 demigod. "Are you sure?" The disciple couldn't help but ask. "I'm sure." Yi Xian nodded. "Good, then come with me." The 8 Direction sect disciple nodded and immediately brought Yi Xian into the 8 Direction sect, then handed him over to an 8 Direction sect elder. This 8 Direction sect elder was a rank 6 demigod and was one of the top experts in the 8 Direction sect. "Boy, you have news of the divine stone of calamity breaking?" The 8 Direction sect elder asked. "Yes." After the sword god's doppelganger finished speaking, he directly summoned the void spirit divine armor and said, "I obtained this set of armor in a fortuitous encounter. It has the effect of the divine stone of calamity breaking. I suspect that the divine stone of calamity breaking might have been mixed in when it was forged." "Armor?" The elder was stunned and immediately raised his hand to launch an attack. This attack was only at the rank 1 demigod level, but when it fell on the void spirit divine armor, it was instantly shattered. The elder was skeptical and attacked with the sword chi of a rank 2 demigod, but it was still shattered by the void spirit divine armor. Following that, he attacked with the sword chi of a rank 3 demigod, then a rank 4 demigod. This is unbelievable. Even if it's a lower rank demigod artifact, after receiving such an attack, there should be cracks on it. The elder was shocked. Then, he tried the rank 5 demigod attack, then his rank 6 demigod attack. However, his full force attack could not leave any mark on the void spirit divine armor. The divine stone of calamity breaking, it was indeed the divine stone of calamity breaking. Of course, it was unlikely that an entire divine stone of calamity breaking was used, but as long as some powder was mixed in during the forging, it would be enough to achieve such an effect. "Young man, where did you get this set of armor?" the elder asked. "From a ruin, but it doesn't matter. I can give this set of armor to you." Yi Xian smiled. The elder was stunned and said, "Could it be that this set of armor did not recognize you as its owner?" Treasures of this level would generally recognize an owner. Once it recognized an owner and the owner died, the treasure would disappear with him. How could this be? Unless this set of armor did not recognize an owner at all. "Elder, this set of armor of mine is in exchange for some cultivation resources. What do you think, elder?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Good, that's great." The 8 Paths sect elder was so happy that he almost cried. This was something that the big shots of the god realm needed, and now that he had it, he would definitely be rewarded greatly. "I'll use all these things to exchange for this set of armor. What do you think?" The elder generously took out a pile of things. After Yi Xian saw it, he was also overjoyed and hurriedly put everything into the devouring space. The elder was not afraid that Yi Xian would take the things and leave. After all, the latter was only a rank 1 demigod. It was wishful thinking to take away the things under his watch. Yi Xian did not say much and directly took off the void spirit divine armor and handed it to the elder. "Very good. You can stay in my 8 Paths sect now. Maybe the sect leader will see you." After the elder finished speaking, he took the void spirit divine armor and hurriedly left. Chapter 2089. These things are enough to create a 4th grade demigod. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he gobbled up the good stuff. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd grade demigod. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd grade demigod. His realm had broken through continuously and reached third-grade demigod. Now, with his strength, there was no need to be afraid of Eight Direction sect. However, he was still wary of that deity. After all, that deity was a deity. Not long after, the sect leader of Eight Direction sect came looking for him. "Young man, can you tell me the location of the ruins?" asked the sect leader of Eight Direction sect. Behind him was the elder from earlier. However, since Yi Xian had deliberately concealed his aura and this was no small matter, the sect leader of Eight Direction sect did not pay much attention to him. "That place is in the seventh heaven." Yi Xian casually told him the location, but it was actually the Scarlet Forest from earlier. However, the sect leader of Eight Direction sect did not believe it. "Okay, then let me ask you again. Why did the set of armor you gave Elder Lin just now disappear for no reason?" asked the sect leader of Eight Direction sect. "Disappeared." Needless to say, Yi Xian must have kept it. After all, it was Wei Zhentian that turned into the Void Spirit Divine Armor, not a real demigod artifact. "I'm not sure." Yi Xian shook his head. "Young man, I'm sorry to offend you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of Eight Direction sect, a seventh-grade demigod, flashed behind Yi Xian and pressed his hand on Yi Xian's forehead, preparing to search his soul. Yi Xian reacted immediately. In the next moment, he directly used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind the elder. Rip! With a crisp sound, the elder's head was directly thrown into the air, and the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. With Yi Xian's current realm of third-grade demigod, it was extremely easy to kill a sixth-grade demigod with a sneak attack. The sect leader of Eight Direction sect did not expect Yi Xian to have such a method. He immediately turned around and threw a punch. This blow was enough to kill a sixth-grade demigod, but the fist fell on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was easily blocked. "Finish him." Without another word, Yi Xian released the old tree and the others. A storm of blood began. The Eight Direction sect master was the strongest expert in the Eight Direction sect. His cultivation had already reached rank 7 demigod realm. However, this level of strength was nothing to Yi Xian. Under the joint attack of Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Servants, Undying Sword Servants, and 5 Element Sword Servants, the sect master of 8 Paths sect was killed. The interspatial ring also fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a rank 4 demigod. Yi Xian made another breakthrough. Then, he used the Mask of Truth and Illusion to disguise himself as the sect master of 8 Paths sect. A perfect disguise. As long as he did not make a move, even a 9th-ranked demigod or a true deity might not be able to recognize him. "I'm just dealing with a small fry who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone, disperse." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly leaped into the air and shouted. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, so Yi Xian hurriedly explained as the sect master of 8 Paths sect. When the group of disciples heard this, they immediately dispersed. After that, he took out a communication token. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth and spoke. "Old ancestor, I found a set of battle armor mixed with tribulation-breaking divine stones." Yi Xian disguised himself as the sect master of 8 Paths sect and said. The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. "I'll be right there." At this time, the person Yi Xian transmitted his voice to was the deity who descended from the divine world. He was also from the 8 Paths sect, so his seniority was much higher than the sect master of 8 Paths sect. Yi Xian was waiting here, ready to welcome the deity. If a demigod wanted to prove his status as a deity, he had to pass the divine tribulation. Once he passed the divine tribulation, he would undergo earth-shattering changes. Demigod lattice, demigod power, and demigod bloodline would all transform into godhead, divine power, and divine bloodline. A deity would not encounter any danger in the 8 paths of heaven, unless he encountered an opponent of the same level. The old ancestor of 8 paths sect only took a short time to arrive at the 8 paths sect. No one knew where he came from. In any case, his speed was astonishing. In the 8 paths sect, Yi Xian immediately flashed out after sensing the powerful aura, then quickly used the death hunt token to mark the deity. This is the deity. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, feeling a little uneasy. Although Wei Zhentian's mask of truth was very useful, he was facing a deity after all. He did not know if he would be exposed. Old ancestor, you're here. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him with a smile. This deity had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He looked no different from an ordinary demigod. However, he was wearing a white armor with 2 words engraved on his chest, White Flame. Yi Xian knew that this was a faction in the 9 paths called the White Flame Divine Mountain. This deity had joined the White Flame Divine Mountain. He had only come to the 8 paths after receiving a mission. Cut the crap. Where's the item? The middle-aged deity asked directly. Hearing this, Yi Xian prepared to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. Oh no, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was transformed by Wei Zhentian, and so was the Mask of Truth. Now that I'm wearing the Mask of Truth, how am I going to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor? It was only then that Yi Xian discovered a loophole. He quickly used the Divine Devouring system to extract the memories of the dead elder and tamper with them. Old ancestor, please take a look at this. Yi Xian took out a floating image crystal and threw it over. This floating image crystal recorded the scene of the elder testing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. After watching it, the middle-aged deity's eyes lit up. He said, "It might be the tribulation-breaking divine stone. Where's the item?" This. Elder Lin took this precious armor. I don't know where he went. Maybe. Yi Xian stammered. Bastard, how dare you steal from me? You're courting death. The middle-aged deity was furious. He immediately spread out his divine sense, but he did not find Elder Lin of the 8 Paths sect. Immediately, he left his original spot and began to search his surroundings. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian transformed Wei Zhentian into the Void Spirit Divine Armor and put it on the Sword God's clone. Then, he launched an attack on the 8 Paths sect. Rumble. The entire 8 Paths sect was like a scene from hell. It was massacred by Yi Xian. However, these dead people would be resurrected by Yi Xian in the future, and then be absorbed into the devouring system to live in it. Now, their role was to act as extras for Yi Xian to act out the show. Chapter 2090. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, "Did you do it?" Ha ha ha, the armor mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone is indeed powerful. Even the sect master died in my hands. Yi Xian suddenly burst out laughing. You are Elder Lin. The middle-aged man finally reacted. At this time, Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Moreover, it was the first time he saw it, so he did not feel anything was wrong. Old ancestor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to test the armor made with the calamity-breaking divine stone to see if it is really that powerful, Yi Xian said. The middle-aged man was already angry. He shouted, "Give it to me and I'll spare your dog life." Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "That won't do. If you want this armor, you have to use something else." Shameless boasting. You're courting death. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Good Lord, a mere demigod dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was really courting death. However, he had overlooked one thing. Elder Lin was a 6th-grade demigod, and the person in front of him was only a 4th-grade demigod. In an instant, the middle-aged man attacked himself, preparing to seize the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Of course, the strength he displayed was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, what surprised him was that his attack was instantly dispersed when it landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor. His attack was ineffective. It is indeed the calamity-breaking Divine Stone. With it, the Mountain Master can safely pass the Divine Tribulation. The middle-aged man thought to himself. The Mountain Master was the owner of the White Flame's sacred mountain. He was in a very dangerous situation. As time passed, the time of the Divine Tribulation was approaching. Therefore, he had to rely on the calamity-breaking Divine Stone. The calamity-breaking Divine Stone ignored energy attacks and could even withstand the Divine Tribulation. The middle-aged man was planning to test how much of the calamity-breaking Divine Stone powder was mixed into the armor. For him, the more the better. His attack just now was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, this attack was enough to kill the sect master of the Eight Paths sect, who was also a 7th-grade demigod. However, Yi Xian was able to remain unharmed. Therefore, the middle-aged man planned to increase his attack to that of a 8th-grade demigod. Swish! A flash of broadsword light tore through the air and landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor again. However, like before, it had no effect. Since there was none, then he would try a rank 9 demigod attack. Pooh! The attack was still dispersed by the Void Spirit Divine Armor. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being's expression became somewhat strange. If even a 9th-rank demigod's attack could not harm it, then he would have to attack with all his might. Although he was only a 1st-grade deity, he was still a deity. His full-powered attack was enough to kill a deity. Would this armor be able to withstand it? If they can't handle it, then even if they bring it to the mountain chieftain, they won't be of much help. The middle-aged man thought to himself. In fact, the mountain lord of the White Flame Divine Mountain didn't have much hope. He was already prepared to be struck to death by the Divine Tribulation. He only sent a few people to search for him. The more powerful deities would search for them in the God realm, while the weaker ones would come to the 8th layer of heaven to try their luck. Who knows, they might be able to reap some unexpected benefits. In any case, they were just treating a dead horse as a living one. Who would have thought that he would really find it? Old ancestor, why aren't you attacking? At this moment, Yi Xian asked. You're courting death. The middle-aged divine being's anger surged. He slashed the long saber in his hand and a dazzling saber ray pierced through the air. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, the divine being's full-powered attack landed on Yi Xian's Void Spirit Divine Armor. However, to the middle-aged divine being's surprise, his attack did not have any effect on the armor. Calamity-breaking Divine Stone. It must be the calamity-breaking Divine Stone. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being was 100% sure. The calamity-breaking Divine Stone must have been mixed into this armor. Old ancestor, why don't we make a deal? Yi Xian asked. What deal? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I'll give you this armor. Yi Xian said. Also, you have to promise that you won't kill me after you get this armor. The middle-aged divine being said slowly, you have the most guts I've ever seen. Old ancestor, although this armor can withstand energy attacks, it can't withstand ordinary attacks. If you want to kill me, it'll be easy. However, if you do that, you won't be able to ensure the integrity of this armor. Yi Xian said. The middle-aged divine being hesitated when he heard this. He had already verified the effect of this armor. In his opinion, this armor must have been mixed with the calamity-breaking Divine Stone. If he were to make a move and kill Yi Xian, then this armor would probably be destroyed as well. Think about it, which one is better, to bring back a complete set of armor or a damaged set of armor? Of course, the complete one. Alright, what do you want? The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. Of course, his purpose was only to get the armor. As for Yi Xian, he naturally wanted to kill Yi Xian because he had angered him. I need a heavenly treasure that can allow me to cultivate to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. Yi Xian said directly. What? The middle-aged divine being was stunned. Yi Xian was really asking for an exorbitant price. He wanted so many heavenly treasures just by opening his mouth. However, in the divine world, countless demigods at the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm had died under the deity's tribulation. Even with so many heavenly treasures, one might not be able to become a deity. Moreover, it had been some time since he had become a god. These things were nothing to him. All right, I can give them to you. However, if you try to play any tricks, I will kill you even if it means destroying the armor. The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. With my strength, how would I dare to deceive you? Yi Xian said with a smile. Then, the middle-aged divine being casually sucked in a scattered interspatial ring and put some things into it. Yi Xian watched as the heavenly treasures were put into the interspatial ring. Then, the middle-aged divine being threw them to him. Tsk tisk. Yi Xian caught the interspatial ring and immediately devoured everything in it. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now an 8th stage demigod. After devouring everything in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian had advanced by 4 levels. If not for the fact that he needed more experience points than the average person, he would have broken through to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. The middle-aged divine being was shocked by the change in Yi Xian's aura. How could a person break through from the 4th stage demigod realm to the 8th stage demigod realm in an instant? How did you do it? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I will tell you when you are dead. Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. His tone had also changed drastically. Chapter 2091. You're toying with me. The middle-aged deity immediately reacted and said, Do you think that you can fight me just because you are an 8th rank demigod and have a set of armor made with the divine stone of calamity? Who said I'm the only one? Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, 5-Element Swordsman, and 100 Beast Swordsman all appeared. A great battle was about to break out. Yi Xian had to go all out. You're courting death. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He immediately attacked Old Tree and the others. At the same time, the 100 Beast Swordsmen also used their ultimate move. 100 Beasts Parade. Hundreds of figures appeared again. This time, Yi Xian summoned 88 Gold War God mounts. In addition, there were 11 Platinum War God mounts. 88 Gold War God mounts and 11 Platinum War God mounts made a total of 99 Gold War God mounts. The 100th War God mount was not a Gold or Platinum War God mount. It was a Violet Gold War God mount that was 1 level higher than Platinum War God mount. It was a cute little bird called the Heaven Shrouding Rock. It could change its size at will. At its current level, the Heaven Shrouding Rock could cover up to 1,000,000 kilometers of land. The Heaven Shrouding Rock lived up to its name. Let's go. At Yi Xian's command, all of them charged at the middle-aged man like ferocious beasts. At the same time, he activated the skill given by the 100 Beast Swordsman, 100 Beasts Feast. There was a huge gap between demigods and gods. However, Yi Xian was at the peak of 8th stage demigod realm. With so many helpers, he was not afraid at all. White Flame Divine Fire. Burn all of you to ashes. The middle-aged man also took out his trump card. This was the product of cultivating the White Flame Divine skill in the White Flame Divine Mountain. It was a type of divine fire that was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this thing was useless against the 5-element swordsmen. The 5-element swordsmen were immune to all 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the white flame divine fire was a divine fire, it was still of the fire element. The 5 elemental sword attendants charged forward and absorbed all the white divine fire. Then, the 5 elemental sword attendants' auras surged. What? He swallowed the white flame divine fire. The middle-aged man was shocked. Where did these people come from? Each one was scarier than the other. While he was still in shock, he had already been completely surrounded. Following that, one terrifying attack after another was launched at him. Despite having a divine body, the middle-aged deity was unable to withstand such a powerful attack and was instantly injured. However, it was not that easy to kill a deity. Puchi. The purple gold war god mount, the heaven-shrouding rock, expanded in size and grabbed the middle-aged man with its claws. Following that, the strength-type war god mounts also made their move. Although these war god mounts were powerful, only the sword servants of 5 elements, sword servants of 100 beasts, and the great rock could pose a threat to the middle-aged god. Of course, there was also the divine sword secret art. However, the fact that he was able to summon a violet gold Ares mount was beyond Yi Xian's expectations, so he probably wouldn't need to use the divine sword technique. You dare to kill me? The middle-aged divine being widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yi Xian was only an 8th grade demigod, but he dared to kill a deity. How audacious of him! Deities are just a group of people who have reached a certain level of strength. So what if I kill you? Yi Xian said coldly. Now, he had no other thoughts about killing people. He could kill as he pleased. Firstly, he wanted to kill people and steal their treasures so that he could find Luo Luo as soon as possible. Secondly, he would keep the corpses of those he killed. When he reached a certain level, he would revive them and let them live in the devouring space. Therefore, killing a deity was not difficult for him at all. Puchi. With a crisp sound, the middle-aged divine being's head was pierced through by the saber-toothed tiger transformed from the 100 beasts sword attendant. Dead. Yi Xian, as an 8th grade demigod, had killed a deity. It was terrifying. However, this was not the main point. Immediately, he put away the corpse along with the interspatial ring. How much wealth did a deity have? Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the peak of 9th grade demigod. After Yi Xian had devoured most of the middle-aged god's wealth, the system beeped. At this time, Yi Xian had reached the peak of demigod. He was only one step away from becoming a deity. The last step was the deity's tribulation. Ding! According to the system's calculation, the success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. The system beeped again. There were many factors that could affect the success rate of the tribulation. For example, Yi Xian's demigod strength, physique, and magic treasures. However, the most important factor was the void spirit divine armor. The system had already taken all the factors into account by Yi Xian, but the rest were useless. The void spirit divine armor alone was enough for him to pass the deity's tribulation. Come on, deity's tribulation. Yi Xian said nothing and started to guide the deity's tribulation. Whether it was the 8th heaven or the 9th heaven, there were people dying under the terrifying deity's tribulation. Yi Xian had just broken through to the peak of demigod 9th heaven and started to guide the deity's tribulation. If others knew about this, they would definitely scold him for overestimating himself. However, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could pass the tribulation. At this time, somewhere in the 8th heaven, Yi Xian's original body was wearing the void spirit divine armor. He could feel the tribulation cloud above his head getting bigger and bigger. After a long time. Ding! The tribulation lightning is about to strike. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Yi Xian suddenly heard a roar. When he raised his head, he saw a thin bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. Then, it accurately landed on his head. Unfortunately, this bolt of tribulation lightning was easily dispersed by the void spirit divine armor. The best way for ordinary people to pass the deity's tribulation was to resist the tribulation lightning. This would allow the tribulation lightning to remove the impurities in their body. After breaking through to the true God level, they would be stronger than others. Secondly, it was to use a treasure to resist the power of the tribulation lightning. This way, the tribulation lightning would be less effective. Yi Xian used the void spirit divine armor to be immune to the tribulation lightning. However, he had the deity's devouring system. Ding! The host has passed the deity's tribulation and obtained the deity position. The host is currently a lower first stage true god. Others needed to use the tribulation lightning to refine their demigod body into a true god body. Yi Xian had the deity's devouring system to strengthen himself. After passing the deity's tribulation, his body had undergone a tremendous change. He sensed it and could not help but smile. He sighed and said, "Who in the eighth heaven can withstand my sword?"